Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dahil Anglican po, he's verbal sloppy.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good to have you here this afternoon, this fine hump day afternoon. Welcome. I have to admit, I got a little bit of a nap. Got a little bit of a nap in on lunch. I don't know what you guys did, but I did get some shut-eye, which is great.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
There you go. Just for you, Jennifer Juniper. She found out. All right, welcome back. I'm feeling so much better. Oh, my goodness. I'll probably be running out of steam in like 30 seconds, but right now I feel good. Welcome to the Defense Rest. Good to have you here. Welcome. Let's see. Cat naps are good for you. 2 hump days in 1 day. Yeah, but the second one was lame, I must admit. Let's see. Right. Here's what we're doing this afternoon. Let me give you a quick rundown. First thing we're going to talk about is we're going to tease next week, because next week Corey Richins starts, and let me just say, you want to be there. Corey Richins is going to be. It's a wild case. It's 5 weeks long, which is a long case, right? We've had lots of shorter ones. It's not the longest cases we've had. Think of the Mejia trial and Karen Reed and a couple others. But it's going to be pretty in depth, and it would help if you're able to sort of get in at the beginning, because we're going to start learning the names of some of the key players and the individuals and the accusations early on in this one, and it's going to be hard to catch up to 5 weeks of trial if you miss the first 2 weeks or something. I'm just going to have to assign rewatch crew all weekend long to get you caught up. Anyway, we are super excited about that. We've got media access for Corey Richins. It's awesome. They're giving me all sorts of cool information and stuff on the back end. Can't wait for that to start. Let me tell you a little bit about this case. Corey Richins is a Utah mother who is a realtor. And realtors they sell real estate. That's what they do. In case you didn't know, that's what we call the people who buy and sell properties, or manage the buying and selling of properties. In her case, she was actually buying them and flipping them and selling them, things like that. She was investing as well as she was a realtor. She had her eye on a let's just say a very. Can I show you this? I think I can. Hang on 1 second. Let me get you here. Okay, let's go full screen, and there. Can you guys see this? This is a beautiful little map. Let me go in the corner as well. It's a beautiful map of a place up in Utah. I believe it's in Heber or Camas or something. It's the area just below what we call the Uinta Mountains, which are gorgeous, high elevation mountains. Just amazing. But sort of the highest peaks in Utah, or in the Uinta Mountains. Anyway, gorgeous area, huge property. Let me see if I can zoom in just a tiny bit and show you. Let's do boots on the ground right here. Let's just drag our little guy right here and look to the right. So we're going to get our street view and turn. Look at this. Check this house out. Okay, this house is a monstrosity. It is massive. It also has just plywood on the outside. It never got finished, right? Corey drove by this house, I imagine, many times as she lived up in the area, and she had her eye for it. I'm not sure if it was like the little castle bits or the arches, or, it's just something about it just screamed out to her, I want that house. It is huge. I don't know the square footage. It's got to be like 21,000 square feet. Something like it's like Walmarts, or some Walmarts are smaller. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there. And anyway, so she took a look at that and said, I need it for myself. And her husband said, no, that isn't going to happen. That is not the sort of house you can flip. The market is so small for a house like that. It's not investment. I think there's some story about this house belonging to somebody connected to Lululemon. I can never say this right. I always thought it was Lululemon, but because they have a little accent thing. Anyway, husband says no, she wants it. She's in upside down. Like, she is borrowing from straight up hard money lenders. A hard money lender. Imagine, like, if you go sign your loan paperwork in back of the pawn shop, not in the pawn shop, but like in the alley behind the pawn shop, that's the hard money lender. That's where she was going for her money. And she's structuring she's structuring real estate deals using hard money and using one lender to pay another and back and forth. Just crazy high risk loans. And she wanted that house. Well, guess what? Her husband passed away. She called 911. He was non-responsive. They found him dead. Later, results would show that he had, 5 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system. And the next day, she signed on the property for that house, thinking she was going to get his insurance money, which apparently he had changed to his sister. So there is all sorts of drama in this one. This isn't all, though. Corey Richens went on to write a book about grief, dealing with grief for children, a children's book. Went on tours, like the TV talk show tours in the morning, touting her book about dealing with grief. It was so sweet. It was amazing. This was before she was charged with his murder. Greeners, the internet doesn't run itself. Congrats, Kim R16. Thank you, Kim. You are, in fact, the winner of the internet. And I'll even put you on the screen, just like that. And Greeners, thank you very much for keeping me honest and making sure that you don't have to take care of it, which would be the default. OG Sean White recommended this channel. Awesome. OG Sean White is amazing. I'm really hoping this channel grows. He's sharing a lot of some of his daily driver commute stuff and what he does, and he's a fun guy to catch up on. I got to pop in on 1 or 2 of his lives. So, Haley Cook, thank you very much. All right. Anyway, this is, you'll hear things about a Moscow Mule. That was the drink, supposedly, that was poisoned. You're going to hear things about Valentine's Day, an egg salad sandwich, a previous attempt, possibly, on his life that was unsuccessful. Lots of emails. We've got a housekeeper who might have been a go-between as a source for fentanyl. She knew the people to get the drugs from. And then the paperwork on our little, our thumbnail. Let me see if I can find that for you. On our thumbnail, we have a little picture of what's called the Walk the Dog letter. Check this out. Let's go up here. It's right underneath me. This Walk the Dog letter is something that Corey wrote in jail. And we believe it was intended for her mom, and she would go to visiting and hold it up against the glass for her mom to read. And then her mom would take it all down or mentally commit it to her memory. And then she would take it and tear it up and flush it down the toilet or something. Well, it never got torn up or shown or something. But they did a search of her cell and found it in a folder marked lawyers' eyes only. It definitely is not instructions for lawyers. It's instructions to somebody else that talks about the lawyer, saying, tell the lawyer this, tell the lawyer that, talk to this potential witness and tell them to come up with this story and say this and use this in their own words. It is just like witness tampering. It screams from the page. Corey and her team said, oh, this was just another, it was a script for her book she's writing. Ripped from her real life. Like, all the real names were there. Sky, her lawyer, everything, it was in there. It is the most crazy story. You start looking at her mom. Obviously, her mom's not charged with anything. There's some interesting things in her mom's history involving people that passed away. I don't know what I can say. That's it. We're going to sort of hear more about that as we go forward. This case has everything: the intrigue, the mystery, the drama, and all the personalities, and the judge's voice. Oh my goodness, if you like judges that talk like smooth butter. Krasnick is your guy. He is unbelievable. Just a deep, resonant voice, super smart, super fair, and just absolutely, we've got so much good stuff coming to you in this trial, and it's good audio. It is just all the good things together. So with that said, Ladybug's mom, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. That is very, very generous. With that said, that court is starting on Monday. And I don't know. I don't know what there isn't to like about that. It's a murder mystery. Who done it and why? It's got some financial stuff to it, so there will be a lot of mortgage stuff. And I believe that she's facing charges in like 2 separate trials. So I think some of the financial stuff, where the state's alleging that she forged, her husband's signature, and that she, may have, forged letters to make it look like she had money that she didn't when she was applying for loans and things like that. Some of that might be separated from her murder trial. I don't know exactly what the charges are, but I think it is split up just a tiny bit. Anyway, 5 weeks is what we have on the schedule for this, going from the 23rd to the 26th of March. And if that doesn't get you excited about watching true crime, I don't know what does. It's going to start at 8:30 Mountain Time, and that puts us at 10:30 start time here on the East Coast. So it'll be a late start. We'll be going late in the evenings, and I'm here for it. So that being said, it hasn't started yet. We're not live yet in the Corey Richards trial. And we have found that down in the 187th District Court in Judge Boyd's courtroom, she does have a murder trial coming up. And this is a trial that they're actually seating a jury for right now. They're doing voir dire. We're not sure how exactly long it's going to take for the voir dire. But right now, if we tune in, we've got...
we have a lot of cases other than this one.
We've got...
The reason I say this
is the prosecutor.
Is something I'm always worried about, because I like to think that I'm a friendly person. And I like to think that I don't want to say I like to think, I know, I love my job. I love coming over here every day. I love helping people that are charged with things they didn't do, or that need help because they did something, but they're being treated unfairly.
Maybe it's a defense
I love
attorney.
that.
It's defense.
So you may see me in the course of the trial lean over and tell Megan something and laugh, or smile when I talk to Jeffrey. Don't make the mistake and think, hey, Bunk's just doing his job. He doesn't really care.
Credence and Mikey, welcome.
But I'm not going to stop being their friends. I'm not going to stop being the judge's friend.
Get us a good chase.
So don't, I'm always told, Charles, man, you were talking to the state and you look like you were laughing about it. It has nothing to do with this. It's something else.
Okay, let me mute him for just a minute so you guys catch up where we're at. This is the defense asking questions of the jury. So he's talking to them right now. He's going to be asking them questions back and forth. Then they're going to go through the process of elimination, the strikes of who gets eliminated for cause or, just because they don't like them. And once the jury is seated, we're going to start with opening statements. So we can listen in a little bit here, but the judge is not showing us a video of voir dire, possibly because there may be jurors in the gallery area that are not to be shown. So we get audio only. I'm up for listening because I like this. It gives us a little tease. This is a murder trial. I believe that this is a trial of a situation where the defendant is accused of going to some sort of a drug deal, and it took too long, and so he left, and he came back and shot the place up. 3 people were shot, including a young child, but one of the older people died. And so they've got a single murder charge. This is getting towards the end of the defense. Let's tune in and listen to how this goes. By the way, Credence and Mikey, honestly, I need a good chase. I need a good live chase from you guys. If you can schedule one for maybe as soon as I'm done with my live, that would be great. I know you guys have poll with like LA and things like that, so that'd be great. Great channel. All right, Balo Bird, member for 5 months. Happy to be here live for the first time in a while. Thank you. We're going to tune in. You're going to listen. I'm going to turn it down a little bit as well. But
type of case, maybe change your opinion. Anybody? 3, yes, it does. 27, yes, it does.
There's your numbers
Anybody
for the jurors'
else?
names.
49, yes, it does. And 49, you said that you didn't say, actually, I can't consider it. You said it would be difficult. And I think that's the right answer. Because the question isn't, hey, is it going to be easy for you? Of course it's not. It's not supposed to be easy. The question is, can you consider it? Would it be difficult? That's fine. You are absolutely 100% accurate in saying I can do it, but it would be difficult. That's 100% fine. What's not fine is someone says, you know what, I don't care what happens, I'm not going to do it. I don't care what kind of case it is, I will not consider it no matter what. Everybody understand the difference in that? 20.
I like his energy.
So you had raised your hand and said you couldn't consider the difference. You couldn't consider the minimum.
I want to say that if we're arriving at a course guilty conviction, then I believe we've seen evidence. So that's why it's confounding.
Right. You've seen evidence. I'm just saying there's different types of murder, right? There's the mercy killing, like he said, and then there's what happened in Uvalde, right? They're both murders. Do those people deserve the same punishment? Hell no. That's why there's this range that this gentleman asked at 16. Is it 16? That's why he asked, is there a range? There's a range for those reasons. You don't get guidelines, but there's a range because it can be lots of different things. And it wouldn't be fair to say, hey, if you kill somebody, you get X, right? Because every murder is not the same. And then also on top of that, you get to consider perhaps, somebody raised their hands for criminal history? Have they been in trouble before? You know, if you do find somebody guilty and you find out, man, what he did was bad, but this is the first time he's ever been arrested. That's one scenario versus what he did was bad, and this is 13th murder conviction. That's a huge difference, right? Those two people should not be treated the same. 16, that's why there's a range. That makes sense? All right. Now, Lindsay started with it. I'm going to end with it. Fair. That's the only word that you really need to focus on is, can you be fair? Can you listen to the witnesses when their stories don't match or they're changing their stories? Can you question that and use your common sense to go, man, hold on, something's wrong? Can you be fair to everyone? Can you be fair to this gentleman who's sitting here, most important week of his life? He's scared to death that because these people in the blue suits say it happened, then y'all are all going to say, well, hell, it must have happened. You have to be fair. You have to listen to the evidence. If a cop comes and says something that you don't agree with, then don't agree with it. That's fine. 69, like you said, if an expert comes and you think, man, you're paid so much money, I'm questioning your credibility. That's the jury's role. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Now, I would say I don't know, did anybody watch The Lincoln Lawyer? Am I the only guy that watches that? Okay. There was a witness on an episode I watched last night. And the witness, she had a degree from Harvard and a PhD from MIT and then something else, and she was so smart. And so she was testifying, and it was, what she had to say was obviously intelligent, based on intelligence and science, but she was an expert. So there may be experts you hear that you think, you know what, I know they paid you, but what you say makes sense. What you say matches the facts. So, I'm going to discount the fact that they pay you because I'm going to tell you right now, as a defense lawyer for the last 20 years, almost 20 years, I can't call who's an expert, who considers himself an expert in their field. Everybody raise your hands. Come on, this is a little bit. Everybody. Okay, let's tell them the beard back here. 38? What do you do?
I'm an intelligence analyst for the Department of Defense.
Okay, you're an expert in your field. If the defense called you and said, hey, man, I need a week of your time. Will you review 7,000 pages of documents, 100 videos, and then come fly over here to San Antonio and testify about it? Do you think he's going to do it for free? Of course not. I'd have to pay you. Does that make sense? 69, you get that? Of course. I just want jurors that can use their common sense and can be fair. Everybody promised me they can do that. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Can I see state and defense, please?
Okay, what the judge is doing right now, she's calling both tables up to her to say, what are your strikes? Who stays and who goes? And they're going to seat a jury. Once they dismiss the extras or send them back to get picked for another courtroom, which I think they do in San Antonio. You get like several chances at seating on a jury. Once they're done there, we'll have a jury here, and we should just start right into opening statements, which is our hope. I just can't get over this house that Corey Richens was just obsessed with. Can you imagine having to clean that? I mean, you'd start on Monday on one corner, and on the following Monday you'd be halfway through the house. It's got to have like 15 bathrooms in it. It's a lot of toilet scrubbing. Anyway, we'll hear more about that house in the Corey Richens trial.
So this is what I need you to do. Look to your left. Look to your right. You're responsible for that person, and you all need to be lined up outside in that order. So I'm going to need you all to swipe and all your personal items with you, but leave the numbered cards behind. And so we will see you all back at 2:15, and you'll be kind of checking out the order.
Okay, 2:15. We've got an hour.
There's more places other than the cafeteria downstairs.
They're sending them to lunch. So what do you want to do for an hour before this case kicks off? It should be just a couple days, by the way. This one sounds like they might have a jury. Let's keep that active, and let's see if some of our favorite judges are still up. I think Judge Simpson is still working. Nope, that's not him. Let's try here.
Well, is it possible, just so I can make sure I get everything completed before I come back, just an additional 2 weeks, if that's possible?
Right.
Additional 2 weeks if possible.
It'll
be the last prior request I ever made.
That would get us to April Fool's Day, I think, right?
Oh, no, don't say that.
I don't know. What is that? April Fool's?
Yeah.
Yep. April 1st, 2026, 9 a.m. That will be the last adjournment.
I appreciate you, John.
Not a problem. We'll see you then. Court does call the case. People versus Jeremy Wardlaw.
Court officer, assistant public defender on behalf of Jeremy Wardlaw. I've called that name here in the courtroom, Judge. They're not appear present.
Bench
I don't know if
warrant.
they're on Zoom or not.
Jeremy Wardlaw.
For the record, I request an adjournment, but I do not know why they're not present.
Bench warrant, $5,000.
Get
Give
an
a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Marius Warren.
Court officer, assistant public defender on behalf of Mr. Warren. Judge, I've called Mr. Warren here in the courtroom. He does not appear to be here. I don't know if he's on Zoom or not.
He's not.
For the record, I request an adjournment, but I do not know why he is not present.
Bench warrant will issue $5,000.
With all your clients not being in court,
warrant
sir.
will issues immediately.
I know it's not his job, but
That's called the case of the people versus Shania Williams.
let's jump here for a minute.
Right. All right,
Let's
so
go up to
Mr.
Thurston.
Saucedo, on that charge of driving with the suspended license, second degree, the court will enter a plea of not guilty.
Que señor Saucedo, al nuevo cargo de manejar con la licencia suspendida en el segundo grado, la Corte va a entrar una confesión de no culpable para esta audiencia.
This is Thurston, Washington. I thought I'd just poke my head in. Didn't realize we're doing a translator, which slows the process down, but it's important that everyone who participates understands what's going on.
Yeah. All right, so you'll have the public defender's office representing you on this case as well.
También lo va a representar el abogado de la defensa pública en este caso.
Okay. I'm next going to turn back to the attorneys for recommended conditions of release on this case.
Ahora voy a darle la palabra a los abogados, a la fiscal y a la defensa para que recomienden condiciones para que mantenga usted su libertad.
Okay.
The state is fine with PR release.
Evan needs a nap.
No driving without, oh, I'm sorry.
El Estado, o sea, la Fiscalía, está bien con dejarlo libre bajo su palabra de honor.
And the only condition is no driving without license or insurance.
Y la única condición es de que no maneje a menos que tenga licencia y seguro válidos.
How'd you like to go to court in a lazy boy?
Okay.
This guy's just kicked back and relaxing. That's awesome.
In defense?
No objection.
La defensa, no me opongo.
All right. So, Mr. Saucedo, what that means is there's no need for you to post a bond in the new case.
Lo que quiere decir usted, señor Saucedo, de que usted no tiene que pagar fianza para estar libre en el nuevo caso.
Muchas gracias, señoría.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Your pretrial release condition is to not drive without a valid license or insurance.
Sus condiciones de antejuicio son de que no maneje a menos que tenga licencia y seguros válidos.
Okay.
We're going to set a pretrial hearing.
Vamos a fijar una audiencia de antejuicio.
Let's do, how does Tuesday the 17th?
Is Evan in a bathrobe? He's in a bathrobe. I kid you not. He showed up just out of the shower. I would say his hair's wet, but it's not. It's dried off. He's got the
March 17th at 10.
El 17 de marzo a las 10 de la mañana.
Perfecto.
All right. I'm filling out what is called a judgment and sentence form.
Estoy ahora llenando un formulario que se llama papel de juicio.
This has the new charge, release condition, and next court date.
Este papel tiene el nuevo cargo, las condiciones de libertad y también la fecha de la próxima audiencia.
Okay. And you can get a copy of it from your attorney.
Su abogada le puede dar una copia de este documento.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Last thing, sir, is there is a speeding ticket and driving without insurance matter on the calendar.
Ya el próximo caso que tiene usted pendiente es del caso de que tiene una infracción de exceso a velocidad y también que no tenía aseguranza.
It does not appear connected to either of your criminal cases.
Aparentemente no coincide, o sea, no está relacionado con ninguno de los otros casos.
No.
What's he doing? Do you like just take a bite of food or what?
Okay. That's going to continue to track with your criminal matters.
Esos casos se van a ver igual que al mismo tiempo que el cargo que se le puso hoy día, ¿okay?
Okay.
Just in case resolution of the traffic ticket is part of your how the criminal matters resolve.
Para ver si acaso el caso de el ticket de tráfico tiene conexión con el cargo nuevo, van a hacerlas a la misma vez.
Okay.
All right, so we're not going to take any action on that today.
Así que hoy no vamos a determinar nada con respecto a eso, a esa multa.
He's just
nervous. Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
It's a robe.
No, todo muy bien, señoría. Muchísimas gracias.
No, everything is very clear, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor. Usted se puede ir. Yeah.
Muchas gracias. Que tengan buen día.
De nada. May you have a good day, Your Honor.
You too. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ayimata. Appreciate you sticking around.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Bye.
You too. Bye. All right, Mr. Stashevsky, I see there's two more folks on Zoom. Are you ready to go on them, or would you need a breakout?
Your Honor, I can speak to Mr. Kyle Baker's matter, and I believe we may be able to speak to the other matter on the record, possibly.
Okay. All right, Mr. Baker, appreciate your patience, sir.
No problem.
Looks like here for pretrial.
And Your Honor, defense is just requesting that the future dates be kept. Attorney Clark and Mr. Baker have been in good contact and good communication.
So, Mr. Baker, are you getting text reminders and mailed notice of your court dates?
Yes, sir.
All right. Looks like your next court date has been scheduled for April 1st at 9:30. All right. And so we'll see you back then.
Awesome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, we're going to stick around for Evan just for a minute, see if he gets
And
extra
Evan
punishment.
Lyon, again, thank you, sir, for your patience. I know you've been on a while.
Yes.
So, Mr. Lyon, that's number 12 at 10. Okay, and go ahead, Mr. Stashevsky.
Your Honor, in this matter, I do not see it reflected on JABS yet, but eDefender shows that Miss Megan Haygood, a new attorney with our office, will be assigned to this case. And so I believe that there will need to be a period of time for her to kind of get up to speed on the case, since Mr. Pazderka no longer is in the district court unit.
Right, okay. See, this is a bit of a newer case. All right, so Mr. Lyon, looks like you had Mr. Pazderka as your attorney when this case started. It's like back in December. And as Mr. Stashevsky here noted, because he's moved to a different unit at the public defender's office, you're getting assigned a new attorney.
Okay.
All right, and so as part of that, that your new attorney will need to get up to speed.
So a delay is what I'm hearing.
Right. And
continuance.
Do you have contact information for the public defender's office?
Do I?
Yeah.
I just have the number that she just called me from.
Okay, so you've been in communication with their office?
Yeah, I just had a child, my son, and that's why I wasn't able to come to my last court date. And then I contacted them to let them know that.
All right. Yeah, you did. And one of the attorneys there was able to talk to us about why you weren't there. So that's no problem there. All right. And so apologies, Mr. Stashevsky. Did you mention a speedy trial waiver was?
I did not, Your Honor, and that I did not connect with Mr. Leon before calling his matter. I wasn't sure. I may have been mistaken. I thought under the rules for the assignment of a new attorney that the clock automatically got restarted.
Oh, I guess that is true. Okay. And so, okay, but a notice hasn't been filed yet. Do you know when abouts that's?
My expectation is that it should happen almost, I would think, like any day.
Okay.
Because I don't see it in.
Okay.
I can check Laserfish here.
That's all right. So what we'll do, so Mr. Lyon, when there is a new attorney on a case, so you have the right to a speedy trial. What that means is a trial within a 90-day period. When there's a new attorney that makes an appearance on a case, in order to give that attorney, time to adequately prepare, that 90-day resets essentially. And so what we're going to do is give you a new batch of dates. Going out 90 days from, we're going to use today as the commencement date. That might not align exactly with when the new attorney files for notice of appearance, but that will at least get us within, get us close enough there. And we'll set dates early enough so that you've got some protection there in case that notice doesn't get filed for a few days.
Okay.
5/18, yeah. So we'll go out to May 18th. And we'll set dates within that. So we'll go up to, let's see, we'll go May 11th.
They're pushing his case out.
So we're going to work backwards,
jump
starting
one more time.
with your jury trial date. So that will be May 11th.
Oh, jury
and
trial.
May 12th.
He's fighting it. Whatever the charge
is. And then trial confirmation, we'll do April 29th.
We're going to jump to Lacey
That'll be
Court.
At 10.
Not Lacey, Washington.
And then to give your new attorney the benefit of sort of a full batch of hearings, and you as well with your new attorney, we'll also set a second pretrial hearing. And that's going to be, we'll do Wednesday, March 18th.
All these dates, you should be writing them down, dude. Because you have to be there. Robe or not.
That's going to be at 10:30. And are you receiving text reminders and mailed notice of your court dates?
I haven't got any kind of text. I almost missed this call on this court date because they sent me a message 10 minutes before. I haven't gotten any.
Just got out of the shower.
Okay.
Nothing in the mail either, so I didn't know even of this court date.
All right. Well, we're going to double check that we've got your contact information here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened today, but. I'm glad I didn't miss it. No.
Yeah, no, us as well. So let's see. We've got a phone number ending in.
Yeah.
Is that a good number for text messages?
Yes.
I like to meet those numbers.
And did you ultimately receive a text message? Is that where you're saying you got
a text message from, I believe, my attorney. Or his helper or something, I believe.
Okay. All right.
Like a paralegal.
All right. Well, that's the number we have too. So we'll try it again. And sometimes there are glitches in the system. We try to send text reminders to help people out. But it sounds like we've got your number. And then is a good mailing address.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been receiving mail notices in the mail?
No, I got one for the first court date that I had before, and then after that, I haven't gotten anything after. I haven't gotten anything for this one, and I didn't get anything after that.
Well, and your notice is it may have you might get a list of court dates on a notice, and so might have because we do schedule several court dates all at once.
My mailboxes, the way my mailboxes are set up too, they mess them up a lot too. My mail goes into my neighbors because of how our houses are set up.
So your neighbors are getting your court dates?
A duplex house. And so one side's a A and one side's a B. And then a lot of times my mail gets put into, like I said, my neighbor's stuff and vice versa. It happens a lot. So it's very possible to happen.
Okay. Well, sounds good. Well, all the more reason. Sounds like you stayed in pretty good communication with Mr. Pazderka. So stay in communication with your new public defender. And then you can also, write it down now if you wish. But yeah, March 18th at 10:30. That's going to be your next court date. And we'll be right back here. The way you logged in this time, you do the same thing. So that'll just be March 18th at 10:30.
We're a different rope,
thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Lyon. You're free to go.
We're going to jump to Lacey Court. And I mean Lacey, I mean this type of lace.
Follow the agreement up to 48 months. And I gave you, let's say I gave you 72 months. And I have no idea what I would do, because again, I don't know anything about this file. But if I went over that, I would allow you to withdraw your plea, and this matter would again go to the pretrial stage, because your deal to plead is 48 to 240. Once you serve your 48, you'll be eligible for parole.
Got a call from
I
Canton,
don't know what
Massachusetts.
they'll do or what they won't do. That's once you become the property of the Michigan Department of Corrections, you're not under my watch anymore. It's up to whatever happened there, okay? And so if you get tickets, if you get in fights, if there's problems over in the prison, they could keep you longer. But the longest they could keep you is 20 years. That only happens with really bad people who decide that they're gonna get in a whole lot of trouble, okay? So when you hear people have done the max, it's because they didn't follow any rules while they were incarcerated. If things go well, it's likely, I can't guarantee it, but that you'll be out in 48 months. I don't know. I can only say that's what happens if things go perfectly. They could keep you a little longer, I really don't know. But if you go to trial and you're subject to that habitual third, it would be a maximum of 40 years. I don't know what I would do at guidelines. I don't know any facts. When we go to trial, I hear the facts, and then I will, if you are found guilty, I'll make up my mind based on what I hear, what evidence I see, what I hear from the victims and all that other. So it could be anywhere between the 78 to 195. I could even go higher than the 195 because guidelines are only recommended. And what I have to consider is punishment of defendant, rehabilitation of defendant,
it was a scam
deterrence of others, and protection of society. And if the sentence is proportional to whatever the crime was. And like I said, I don't know anything about this file, but those are things I have to consider. So that's up to you. So do you want some more time with your lawyer to consider the 48 months to 248 months? Or do you want to go to trial? I don't know if this deal gets any better for you, sir. It looks like they came down a lot, so I don't know.
My understanding is if you didn't accept the offer today, it would be revoked.
That's
Well, then-
correct.
So then why are we having a final pretrial?
And we ultimately can take that off the docket, Your Honor. We can ultimately just move forward with trial in August.
Well, counsel, I have, Brian Jackson waiting. So why don't you talk with your client and then I can take Mr. Jackson's case?
Sounds like a plan, Your Honor.
Give you a few more minutes, sir? Or you, yeah?
Sorry. He wants me to have a conversation with his mother, then chat with him, but we can take a few minutes, Your Honor.
Is his mother here?
She is.
Great, okay, okay. I know this is tough, ma'am, but I think, can she go downstairs and how does she talk to him?
No, he wanted me to talk to her, then I go talk to him.
Oh, okay, so she can't go downstairs and talk to him.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
correct? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Go off the record a moment.
Apparently, Mom wants to weigh in on your choice here. It's a big one. I heard between 48 months and 40 years. So, yeah, somebody made some poor choices at some point. My kids have been bringing me some of my metal detecting pinpointers.
Sir,
Because they're out digging in the
go
yard.
back on the record, sir. I just heard you say you want to take the plea.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I see you're crying, your mother's back there crying, we're gonna get her some Kleenex. I need to make sure you're doing this of your own free will and that you're not doing it because your mother's crying back there. I know this is upsetting for a mother. It's upsetting for the victims, it's upsetting for the community. A lot of people are upset about this. I don't know the facts here. I don't know how you'll do at trial. But I've gone over the numbers. I just need to make sure that this decision is made of your own free will and you understand your choices.
I understand.
Are you making this decision of your own free will?
Yes, ma'am.
You would like to proceed with the plea?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you live on Eaton Road in Lansing?
No anymore.
Okay, and what's your address?
We're going to mute his address because it is 123 Sesame Street, Anytown, USA.
All right. And do you understand as part of this deal that you'll have to register as a sex offender?
Yes.
Oh, it's a bad one.
And counsel, well, first of all, let me just ask both counsel, what I explained to Mr. Jordan, is that, was I legally correct, or do you have anything to add or change?
That it appeared full, fair, and accurate to the people, Your Honor.
Same as well to the defense. I think that's an accurate depiction.
And I do have the written plea agreement if I could approach defense.
You may.
All right. Let me check in on Judge Boyd, see if she is back. She said 2:15, right? So we've got actually 45 minutes before she comes back. Yeah, apparently this crime will have him doing a long time, 4 to 40 years, depending on what it chooses here and what the judge guidelines are. Let's jump here a little bit. Let's head up to this court right here. How about this one?
Back from 2023. Amount was $749.
Judge Bowie.
So it shouldn't be that much. How much is the outstanding balance, Mr. Burke?
Your Honor, we don't show really anything is paid, and I know you're holding the complaint. Have to be honest, they did not give me a copy.
What?
Look that up as well if you'd like me to.
Not David Bowie.
Well, let's go off record for 1 second. Let me take care of another matter while you look that up. This is case number 25-06-095-LT, Beach Family Properties versus Quaisha Mays, appearance to the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Barry Brickner, P26354, appearing on behalf of Beach Family Properties.
Ms. Mays, good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Quaisha Mays.
Okay.
Beach Family.
So this is for a free trial. How are we proceeding on this matter?
Well, Your Honor, we had an original pre-trial on December the 8th. At that time, a escrow order was agreed to. Well, the judge agreed to put in an escrow order. The escrow order has been entered, and at the time we started this case, they were $2,000 behind, $2,400 behind in rent. They're now $7,367 behind in rent because it started in September, and you're now scheduling a second pre-trial. So, and she never made a payment under the escrow order. So she's
Yes, I did. Yes,
Well,
I did. And I also get my school money the end of this month where I can pay a little bit, a lot more. But I did pay into that escrow.
Ms. Mays, give me 1 second. If it's not in the court, you didn't pay it. Let me check.
Yes. Okay.
We contacted
I
the court.
did pay something.
No, Ms. Mays, like I said, if it's not in the court, you didn't pay it. Let me check our records.
Wow. I hear you. Yes. I feel like I'm training to be an ear, nose, and throat.
1 second, my system decided to be done.
Specialist. Things don't go well. If there is a escrow agreement and you don't pay in, the court is not your friend anymore. Up until then, the court's impartial. But if you have not been paying according to the escrow,
I only see one payment of $120. I see $200.
Yes, I did. I'm saying I did pay some into the escrow. I didn't pay a lot. I paid what I could. I am getting my school money on the 26th of this month. I will be able to pay a lot more, but I just need a little time.
Your Honor, this has been going on since September. It's a $7,000 balance on this thing. And the escrow order was $950 a month. And it was supposed to start in December, and she paid $200 since December.
Mr. Brickner,
yes.
Can we do an in-person bench trial on March 4th? An in-person bench trial. It will not be on Zoom.
I will tell you I'm out of state right now, and I don't have my calendar up to March the 12th. And I might have what is March the 12th?
I said March 4th, which was a Wednesday.
March the 4th? Oh, I have that. Hold on. I can do it in the afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah, so it'll be March 4th at 2:30 in person.
Is she going to have to pay into the escrow, follow the escrow order? Or, I mean, under the court rules, she doesn't pay in the escrow order. She has no defense.
It's true.
Hold on 1 second. I got to calculate the escrow order first. Let me see. So on January 14th to 26th.
It'd be like a summary judgment.
She was ordered to pay $704.84, then $950 per month. So
it would be $1,600 at this point in time.
Hold on.
$1,654.
The $120 she paid. $120. I'm sorry, $200. My apologies. $200. So she still owes $504.84 on the $704.84. That was back in December, right?
Your Honor,
January.
The order was submitted December the 8th. It didn't get entered till January the 14th, and it was submitted by my file. I know that it was a visiting judge that did the initial hearing, but it took a month and a half to enter the escrow order, and I submitted it the day that it was approved by the court order.
When was it approved? December?
It was December the 8th. That
So-
704 was from December the 8th.
Okay, so then when did the 950 kick off? January?
I'm sorry?
When
Yeah,
did
it
the
would have been
950
January 1st would have been the extra, the 950. That's correct.
But my rent is
Hold
not.
on one second.
Why would it be 950 when my rent is 865?
It went up.
All right, so here's the deal. 704.84 plus 950 plus 950 minus 200. You have to deposit in escrow $2,404.84, Ms. Mays, okay? Before your bench trial.
Mm-hmm.
Come to the court and make a deposit, cashier's check. We're not taking personal check. Cashier's check or money order, okay?
Okay.
And she'll owe another 950 as of March the 1st.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And another 950 plus March 1st, my apologies. So that'll be 354.84.
Math is
so
hard.
$3,354.84. That is for the money you were supposed to pay in December, January's rent, February's rent, March rent. That needs to be paid before the bench trial on March 4th at 2:30 p.m. in person, okay?
Okay.
All right. Once again, money order, cashier's check, no cash, no personal checks.
Okay.
No
All right.
cash.
We all set?
Whatever happened to all debts
Thank
public
you, Your
and
Honor.
private?
The court will send out a notice.
Yeah, we'll send out a notice.
Okay. I ask permission to leave the court.
Yep, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
You too, Ms. Mays, you're all set as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, those sound like
Bye-bye.
power bill numbers, right? Mom
Bye.
of Biggs. those are small numbers when you're talking about California rent. All right.
All right, we can go back on the record in the Coleman matter.
Still hopping around just a little bit.
241-382 GC, Midland Credit Management versus Noel Coleman. Mr. Burke, please put your appearance on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Hal Burke, P69068, attorney filling in for the plaintiff's attorney. And I do have that balance for you.
Okay, what's that balance?
I think this is all landlord tenant stuff.
$886.10.
$6.10?
886 and 10 cents. Yes.
Okay. So they were talking about a $900 garnishment payment. That would cover this, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Did they already take it out?
I don't believe so. That was what Mr. Coleman was saying. I think he said, I don't want to speak for him. I think he said his employer told him it was about to come out.
It was $895.84 is what I received, but now I'm super confused because I just heard three different numbers. So the $895.84 that they told me was coming out for me, the number you just said, Mr. Burke, and Your Honor, the number that you gave of $700 and some dollars on a original $500 credit card. I'm trying to refigure.
$700 was in the prior case. I ain't saying $700 in this case. I mean, I'm sorry. That was the complaint amount. You're right. That was the complaint amount. But because you didn't pay, interest accrued on it. So that's why I asked him, what's the amount right now? Because when they sued you, it was $700 something. But because it wasn't paid, that judgment, interest accrued. And so that's why I asked Mr. Burke, okay, what's the numbers today? And he said it was $886.10. So don't even worry about that $700. I was trying to figure out how much you owed on the judgment. But now the interest added in, you got the $886.10. So don't worry about that $700 number. That ship is sealed. So I'm just thinking, if they take this one payment out, the case is closed. It's over.
Yes, it is, right? And that's very easy, to say. And I'm just being honest that, I have a lot of mouths to feed, man. So taking $900 from me at one time, which, they actually have it on hold. They actually took it, but that set me back quite a ways. Just being honest, we could have worked out an installment agreement or something. We could have did something. We could have settled for a lower amount. I'm not trying to run away from the debt. I don't have an issue with taking care of it, but I just wish it would have went a little differently. Now, I know you said things came to my home, but honestly, I don't have and you probably heard this 1,000 times. I had no reason to get up here and lie or none of that. I'm not trying to run away from it. I just want the numbers to make sense for me to be able to live, to continue to push forward, take care of my family, stuff like that. But $900 at one time, that's a substantial hit for me. And I'm just being honest.
All right.
Not trying to please. I really hope and pray none of that came off the wrong way, man. I'm just speaking honestly, man.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, the only route around this is the installment payment plan. So, if you can give him a number that you can do weekly, monthly, he'll take it back to his client. If the client say, yeah, we can do it, go ahead. If they're like, no, I don't want to deal with it, they got a right to say that. So you can make an offer to him, he could take it back to his. And what I could do is I can probably adjourn it a week. I mean, the money is,
the money you're basically saying the money is already taken out and they're basically holding the money until judgment is rendered. Is that what you're saying?
Right, because I can validate the objections and have the money sent back to you, but I'm not going to do that until there is a number agreed to. If his client even wants to talk to you, they could say no. It takes two to tango with this agreement. They could be like, I'm not coming to the table. Give us our money. We gonna run me my money. We gonna go about our way. They have the right to say that, or they can say, okay, we could do 125 a month or whatever number they agree to. And I can validate the objections, stop the garnishment, release the money back to you, and you get back on that payment plan. But once again, if you don't hold up your end on that payment plan, they can put the garnishment back in and take the $900 and go about their way. So, I'll let you two talk, in a breakout room if there's a number, or if you want to say it out here on record. However you want to handle it, Mr. Burke.
The longer you wait, the more.
Your Honor, we don't need a breakout room. If he'd like to say the number, I'll take it back to them. If he doesn't, I'd ask that the garnishment be ordered enforced. And I respect everything he said.
Go ahead, Mr. Coleman. What number? And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if they're gonna do 25 a month or a week.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest, Your Honor. I'm not even here to play them type of games. You know what I'm saying? And I'm really stuck between a rock and a hard place where, if it's done, it's done. But I know I'm just gonna have to work hard to recoup that money. I guess the only thing that I'm really struggling with is Midland Credit. To me, they came out of nowhere. It's like they bought this debt for pennies on the dollar, and then came at me for the full amount. I don't know how this stuff works, but that's what I feel, and I just feel like
doesn't matter.
I really feel like things could have just been handled differently, man. So I really want this to be done and over with. If it was a payment plan that we could have potentially worked out, I would have been more than willing to do that. Not for 10 or 15, 20. I would never have done that. I would have said maybe $100 or $150 a month or something. But I apologize for even I don't know. I guess we can just let it go, and I just have to figure something out, because I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I don't. If I stretch it out longer for installments, that ain't gonna do nothing for me, but just add more stress. You know what I'm saying? And yes, me taking this $900 hit is really killing me. You know what I'm saying? It really is, but I don't want to deal with this for 10 or 12 months either. You know what I'm saying? So I apologize for, I guess, even setting up this court date. I don't know.
All right, well, they'll take it out. They'll be done. Any access will be sent back to them, because if they're doing is there a fee? I think there might be a fee attached. So they're taking the entire $886 and then whatever fee they have for the garnishment, and they shouldn't be taking more than what they need to satisfy the judgment, honestly. So.
Thank you, Your Honor. You are right.
Done.
So we will invalidate, and we'll release the money to the plaintiff and attorney. They'll file a satisfaction judgment, and then the case will be closed. Okay.
All right. Now we're going to jump.
11th again, Your Honor.
May 11, 9 o'clock. You must be back here with Mr. Patterson, ready to proceed. Continued on at your request. Let me see what kind of bond, if any, you have. You don't. Deputy, we need to have him processed.
Yes, ma'am.
Go into a breakout room when it pops up on your screen with court security. I'm gonna make this, you wanted to be heard on bond, Mr. Regier?
Yes, Your Honor, if now would be the appropriate time.
I think it would be, yes.
Your Honor, the state does acknowledge that pursuant to the information in this matter, this is a case that involves one alleged Class B misdemeanor. However, it is the state's information that this defendant was recently convicted in another Butler County traffic matter, 25 TR 0321. State's information there is the sentencing journal entry from a hearing last month on January 12th, 2026. In that matter, it would appear there was a prior failure to appear in August of 2025 with a subsequent successful appearance on November 5th of 2025. The state does consider that significant as the information filed in this case alleges in the current state of the day prior to that second hearing, November 4th, 2025. In that matter, it would appear that the court did continue the defendant's bond of $5,000 professional surety. At the very least, the state is seeking a $5,000 own recognizance bond, which the state does consider appropriate under these circumstances.
All right, Mr. Green, do not be driving unless your license is valid.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right.
I also, if I need to, I can bring in my SR22.
Well, the attorney is not going to want you to start trying the case here without him being here. I'm going to set your bond at $5,000 on this case too, but it'll be OR. You won't have to put the money up unless you fail to come to court. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Deputy, if you get him set up with the 5,000 OR and this case being the 25 TR 2621, please.
YouTube has been having trouble yesterday.
Next court
and today.
date being, what did we say?
May 11th, Your Honor.
May 11th. He's paying attention. Very good. At 9 a.m. All right. Look for that invitation to break everyone your screen. Yes, Deputy?
Just saying that he needs to be processed, Judge.
Okay. But the 5,000 OR as soon as Destiny can.
Matt Kuhn is here and he's awake.
Yes, I sent them both the invites. Your Honor, is the OR bond on both of those cases?
The OR is on the 25 TR 2621. My understanding from Mr. Regier was he already has a 5,000 professional surety on the other one.
Okay, I just wanted to double check for my notes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Live
that.
from his dorm room.
All right. Deputy should see that by now. You don't see it?
I don't think she put me in the breakout room, Judge.
No, I think she.
Yeah, and let me. Okay, how about now?
It'll be right up here, Mr. Kuhn. Give you some space.
There we go.
All right. Now, who else needed to be at work or needed expedited? Did we get the gentleman? We got Keener. All right.
I do, Your Honor. I'm at work right now.
What's your name?
Melissa Peters. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Melissa Peters. Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find you.
Mr. Gear has that great Smoky Mountains calendar.
On the record in BU 2025 TR 2839, State of Kansas versus Melissa Dawn Peters, Jared Regier for the state, the defendant appearing in person pro se. Ms. Peters, you're going to have to start your video.
Oh, I thought I did. Hang on.
I don't see you.
Oh,
You're here on count one, speeding 64 and a 55. That's a traffic infraction, carries a fine only. No jail time. You're also here on count two, driving while your license was suspended. That's a B misdemeanor, up to $1,000 in fines if convicted and up to 6 months in jail if convicted. These both allegedly occurred in Butler County on December 2nd of 2025. Ms. Peters, do you intend to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or represent yourself?
I might like to try to apply for attorney.
Where do you work?
Rubbermaid.
And what do you get paid per month at Rubbermaid?
About $2,500 a month.
Married or single?
Single.
Minor children that you legally support?
No, ma'am.
Might be
You
close.
pay rent or mortgage?
I pay rent.
How much per month?
$550.
That's still 2,000.
Utilities, how much
Spendable.
per month?
About $300.
Okay, 1,700. She might have to
And you don't have anybody that helps you pay these?
Me and my mom live together, so we split the rent and stuff.
Okay,
She has to buy her
this
own
is your
attorney.
share?
Yes.
Okay. You have any other expenses per month?
Cell phone, about $100.
Okay.
Internet, $50. I'm also on a diversion for a DUI, so I pay $200 a month on that.
So what's this charge?
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Mr. Aguirre is the district attorney. He is fantastic.
I'm going to appoint
He just
Attorney
has no facial
Darren
expressions.
Patterson. Everyone take down that notice number in case you get a court-appointed attorney. It's 322.
8675309. That's the attorney's number. We can publish that one because it's a public number, but
Darren, Darren, Patterson, traditional spelling. And your court date what did we say on that, May 11?
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be back here May 11, 9 a.m., ready to proceed. Mr. Patterson will have your Zoom codes.
Okay.
And
Mr. Aguirre is a
I will
machine.
continue the
He's like-
$500 Florio bond you posted December 3rd of 2025 with the condition that you get a hold of Mr. Patterson and be ready to go at the time given.
He's like Data from the original
Mr.
Star
Aguirre,
Trek.
anything further?
Not on this matter, Judge.
All right, Ms. Peters, anything further?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. You may go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think he jazzercises.
Okay, Mr. De Hoya, you want to take someone up? I've mixed two dockets if you haven't figured that out.
No, you're fine, Judge. Yeah, I have Mr. Fazal Muhammad here.
Oh, yes, okay. We are now beyond the record in BU 2025.
We are beyond the
TR
record.
1201, State of Kansas versus Aminia Fazal Muhammad, Judge Regier for the state, Richard
This is a traffic offense.
What's your first name? Jorge De Hoya for the state, or for the defendant, who also appears in person. And we also have Master Trooper Grunder here as a subpoenaed witness for this state because we are set for bench trial. Any announcements on that, counsel?
Nothing from the fence.
Okay, Mr. Aguirre, are you ready to proceed with your first witness?
At this court's leisure, Your Honor.
Very well. We are going to bench trial at this time on violation of an official traffic control device in which required obedience is an issue. So please call your first witness, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Master Trooper Brian Grunder to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Would you please say your name for the record?
Master Trooper Brian R. Grunder.
And where are you employed?
Kansas Highway Patrol.
And with the Kansas Highway Patrol, is Master Trooper your official professional title?
Yes.
Okay. Were you on active duty in your professional capacity on May 26, 2025 at approximately 4:11 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long had you worked as an officer prior to that date, approximately?
Approximately 22 and a half years.
Okay.
Wow, he's a master trooper.
And are you still employed in that same capacity as of today's date?
Yes.
Must love his job.
On May 26, 2025 at approximately 4:11 p.m., where were you at?
I was on Highway 54 in the city limits of Augusta, near milepost 234, which is 7th and Lulu in Augusta.
Okay. And I got these Augusta city limits that you're referring to. Are those contained within Butler County?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And were you in a vehicle of some kind at that time?
Yes, I was in my issued patrol vehicle.
Okay. And this issued patrol vehicle, does it include any symbols and indicia on its outside to identify it as a law enforcement vehicle?
Yes.
Could you please describe those for the court?
There's state trooper marking on both fenders. There's a door decal on both driver and passenger door, a state trooper wording on the back trunk.
Okay. And is this patrol vehicle equipped with emergency signals and lights?
Judge, I'm gonna object for relevance.
Mr. Aguirre.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Very well.
Master Trooper, which direction were you facing at the time?
I was facing westbound.
Okay. Do you consider US 54 to be a highway?
It is.
Okay. And is that a state or federal highway?
It's a federal highway.
At this location, would you describe US 54 as more curving or a straight shot?
It's straight.
Okay. And you mentioned this previously, but is US 54 known by any other names within Augusta city limits?
Objection to relevance again, Judge.
Well, let him proceed.
Your Honor, goes to the question of the officer's location and the nature of the situation where the incident took place.
Go ahead. I'm gonna overrule. Proceed.
You want to know that it was known as another name?
Does it have any other names within Augusta city limits, US 54, Your Honor?
Yes, 7th Street.
Okay. And this intersection that you referred to, Lulu and 7th, does this intersection occur directly on US 54, i.e. 7th Street?
Yes.
Okay. This intersection, is traffic regulated by any official control devices?
Yes.
What are these official control devices?
It's a traffic signal for all directions.
Okay. And this traffic signal, does it involve stop signs?
No, they're traffic lights.
Okay. And how many traffic lights regulate traffic at this intersection?
Well, there's one over each lane for all directions.
Okay.
I mean, I would have to watch my video to give you a count. I know there's two on the eastbound side and there's at least two on the westbound side. For the traffic moving east and west, I don't know as far as north and south.
Okay. So at the very least, is it your testimony that there is traffic lights at this intersection regulating both east and westbound traffic?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do you recall what the weather was like at the time?
No, I do not.
So thorough.
Okay. Do you recall anything about the circumstances where you were that might have impaired your field of vision at any time?
No, I was the front car stopped at the stoplight for westbound traffic.
Okay. Are you familiar with KSA 8-1507?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that say about drivers and traffic control devices?
It's basically required obedience.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I respectfully request the court take judicial notice of KSA 8-1507.
Taken.
Master Trooper, do you consider yourself capable of identifying traffic violations when you see them?
Yes.
Okay. Besides your approximately 22 to 23 years of experience, do you have any recurring special training on traffic violations enforcement?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. Can we move to the subject matter?
Your Honor, goes to the officer's expertise and ability to testify as an appropriate witness.
I'm going to let the prosecutor present his case in his own fashion. Overruled. Go ahead.
What was the question again?
Do you have any special training of a recurring nature that allows you to identify traffic violations on site?
State law requires that we maintain 40 hours of continuing education every year.
Okay. And are you in fact current on your continuing education obligations?
Yes.
Okay. On May 26, 2025, at approximately 4:11 p.m., did you see any acts that you consider traffic violations?
Yes.
What did you see?
As I stated earlier, I was westbound on 54, came to a red light. The light had been approximately red for 3 seconds. There was an eastbound semi that was eastbound, proceeded through the red light, and I turned around to go stop the violator.
Okay. And this semi, would you describe it as a private or a commercial vehicle?
Is a semi ran a red light?
Based
It was
off
a
your
commercial vehicle.
observations.
It was a
Okay.
commercial vehicle.
Now, you previously testified that when you observed this semi approach this intersection, that the traffic light had been red for approximately 3 seconds. How did you determine the color of the traffic light if you were driving westbound and this semi was driving eastbound?
Because mine was red and traffic was getting ready to move on north and south across 54 highway.
Okay. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, do traffic lights at intersections match each other for opposite lanes of traffic?
I'm objecting to the vagueness of the question.
You might be more specific. I think I know where you're going with it, but if you want to be more specific for purposes.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Objection.
Master Trooper, suppose that that westbound traffic was being regulated by a red light. In your experience as a law enforcement officer, would eastbound traffic also be regulated at the same time by a red light?
It could be. There are situations where it would not be.
Okay.
That's a win for defense.
Was there anything about this particular day to suggest that it was not, that a red light was not activated that you recall?
No.
Objection. I don't understand the question. I'm going to object to vagueness again.
Well, it's a vague question, but if the officer can answer it with specificity, I'll let him do it. Overruled.
There was no indication to me that the light was still green on eastbound traffic because north and south traffic had started to move and was getting ready for movement, indicating that the eastbound traffic light was red.
Okay.
Because
go ahead.
There was no other
ready
traffic
to move.
except for the semi that was eastbound at the time.
Okay. Based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, what are motor vehicles required to do when approaching red traffic lights?
Come to a stop and wait for a green traffic signal.
Okay. Did you ever have occasion to speak to the driver of this semi before the semi approached this red traffic light?
Nope.
Okay. Did you see this semi stop at this red traffic light before, at any time?
Judge, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Well, he said this time he's asking him if at any time he saw it. I'll let him answer it.
The truck did not stop.
Okay. And if it did not stop, did you see what the semi did next?
It continued going east.
Okay. And did you personally observe this semi enter the intersection and continue going east, to use your words?
Yes.
Okay.
Your
Honor, at this time, I respectfully request leave of the court to share my screen.
Ooh, we get to see what Mr. Gear's looking at. I can't wait.
Granted, clerk, do we need to do something to allow him authorization to do that? You need to modify something?
Yep, I went ahead and changed it, so he should be able to.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McGill.
One moment, Your Honor.
Close all the other
You're
tabs
going to
they
have
don't
to
want us
use
to
appropriate
see.
foundations as to what you're going to show, of course. And I'm sure you know that.
Quite so, Your Honor.
Yes.
Quite so. We normally don't get to see Mr. Aguirre in a Q&A format like this in a bench trial. So this is rare form. Ooh, nice.
Master Trooper, do you see the video footage on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what kind of video footage this is?
Looks like it's from my patrol dash cam based on the heading on the title.
Okay.
Look at the location.
Where do you see the title?
Off on the left.
Of the heading?
It's up in the upper left-hand corner, Judge. If you see the traffic cone way up
Okay.
in the upper, you'll
By the
see my
Walmart.
name and my radio number is way over there on the kind of middle, 3/4 of the way across.
Okay, I see that. Go ahead.
Okay. And are you familiar with this kind of video footage in your ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of this particular video footage?
I can't tell the date or anything, so I mean, I can tell it's off of my camera based on the heading. I'm gonna guess you requested it from records for this case.
Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the witness making that guess on the foundation so far.
Sustained.
Okay.
He didn't show him this video beforehand? He's not going to get the video.
Were you personally present at the time of the events depicted in this video footage?
I'm gonna object. The video has not been laid foundation, and the question of whether or not he was personally present has been asked and answered.
Your Honor, the question goes to the effect of whether or not Master Trooper Grunder has the ability to testify and certify this as an accurate representation of the events of the stop.
Well, I think you need to establish more foundation that this is a relevant photo of something in this case.
Okay. Master Trooper Grunder, what is this video footage of, based off of what you can see?
Objection. This is speculation at this point.
Then you reword your question to Mr. Regier.
Yeah. Master Trooper Grunder, do you know what this video footage is?
It appears to be video from my patrol vehicle.
Can't say appears to be.
And how do you know that?
As I stated, the header belongs to my camera and my radio number.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection.
I think we've established that what this is, but we don't have any foundation as to when it is. I can take judicial notice of where it is because I've been through there I don't know how many times in my lifetime, but
Judge, respectfully, I might disagree here because I can change the title of any video to anything I wanted to say. So,
well, and I understand that, but I recognize this intersection, and I can take judicial notice that that is the intersection that they've testified to. Is there any issue that this isn't the intersection in question in this case, Mr.?
No, Judge.
Okay. But I just want to know that this has some relevance, Mr. Regier, as to the date, the time, the place. That's why I'm in that regard I would sustain the relevance issue.
And Judge, if I may, I'm a little bothered that we didn't have the foundation set before we put that title back up there that says his case name, number, and all that information. I mean, we didn't have any foundation established before this was already presented.
Well, are you taking issue with that? Is that a contested point in this case?
As you mentioned, Judge, we need relevance in time and date.
Well, I can't even see the time and date if it's up there.
It's not.
Okay. So, Mr.
It is,
Regier, just quickly, if you can, draw some relevant connection to this date and time on this video to this date and time in this ticket.
Very good, Your Honor. Master Trooper, is this video footage an accurate depiction of the May 26, 2025 stop?
Yes, it is. Based on the date beside my name, it states 5/26/2025, 15:59 hours.
Judge, I renew my objection based upon we're trying to get foundation on something that can be pilotable, manageable, changeable all day long. So that's not a great basis for foundation the Master Troopers put forward.
Does the trooper have any way of connecting it other than what he's reading from this screen?
If I may ask the question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Be careful because you're going to lose it
Otherwise,
right
the
here.
objection is sustained.
Master Trooper, is there anything in the video footage itself which leads you to conclusion that this is an accurate depiction of the May 26, 2025 traffic stop?
Besides the header that has the date and the time, along with my name and radio number,
it's not coming
then
in.
that is the correct date and time of this traffic stop. That is what all those numbers across after the underscore, after my name, list the date and the time of the traffic offense, and then my radio number.
Your Honor, may the state have leave to play a certain segment of the video footage for the officer to verify that it is in fact the events as he witnessed on the date of the stop?
Judge, I have to object here, and the foundation has not been made yet. It's not been played. He's asking to publish. I mean, respectfully, I get that this might be ticky-tat to some people, but the law is ticky-tat, and this says that this hasn't been established yet. I'm going to ask that this video not be allowed in court.
Unless you can draw some more specific foundation, I'm going to sustain the motion.
This is great work by the defense. It's a technicality. Mr. Aguirre needs to say,
looked at it,
is your car equipped with the camera? Was it rolling at that time?
There's some numbers there.
And the officer needs to say, I remember this.
Why he relies on those numbers, but otherwise it's system.
Judge, I have to object now at this point. I mean, I don't want to keep telling him how to do this, right? This is this third or fourth time I've put a foundational objection on.
All right, sustained.
Mr. Aguirre is going to be not in the mood.
Your Honor, is the court denying the admission of state's proposed exhibit 1?
Absolutely, something more specific, tying it to this case. Yes.
Okay. Master Trooper, based off of what you can see in the video footage, is this depicted as the events that, as you recall them, of May 26, 2025?
And Judge, objection, lack of foundation. We've done this again. This question's already been asked and answered.
I'd allow that one.
This time I'm going to overrule it. I'm going to allow him to try to establish his foundation.
He needs to say yes. The officer has to say yes.
I would have to watch my own on my video to see what cars
this
are
guy's
there
gonna skate.
on that
He's
stop
gonna walk.
at that time.
It's not
All
coming
right,
in.
then I'm going to deny the publication at this time.
Very good, Your Honor.
In front of the Walmart.
The state should have watched that with the trooper instead of doing it the day of.
And I appreciate the officer witness's candor.
Wow.
Master Trooper, what happened after you saw this semi enter the intersection in violation of the red traffic light?
Trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
The trooper left.
Well, we've lost Master Trooper Grunder. I don't see you anymore. Master Trooper, there we go. Thank you.
There it is.
Do you need the question re-asked since you disappeared there for a minute?
Yeah, because my computer.
Yeah, he's cutting in and out, Mr. Rigor. When we get him back, can you re-ask that question?
Can't believe that trooper's a 22-year veteran.
Okay, am I
Shows
back?
up to court and has
You're
not
back,
watched
and he's going to
the
re-ask your
video.
question.
Okay.
Master Trooper, what happened after you saw the semi enter the intersection, notwithstanding the red light, and continue driving eastbound?
As I stated earlier, I turned around and performed a traffic stop.
Okay. Once you conducted this traffic stop, did you personally speak to the driver of this semi?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the driver of this semi present in this Zoom conference?
Yes.
Can you point them out and give a brief description for the court?
Looks like he's wearing a black hoodie, black tuft of hair in front of his right eye, with the defense counsel.
Okay. Your Honor, let the
Blurry
record
vision
reflect
for
that the
driving.
witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
Master Trooper, did the defendant ever provide you with official identification during the stop?
Yes.
And what was this official identification?
It was a Washington driver's license.
Okay. Did you ever write the defendant a citation for failure to obey a traffic control device?
I did.
RNA redirect, no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. De Hoya, cross-examination.
So just to be sure, officers, I understand it. There were no other vehicles in the opposing lanes coming your way. Is that right?
Like in my lane or?
No, I mean along with the semi. I mean the semi was the only vehicle in those lanes at that time.
That is correct.
Okay. So if other vehicles had stopped at the line, there'd be more evidence that he was looking at a red light, but you don't have that evidence today. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the light that he would have been looking at would have been directly above you, so you didn't see it. You presumed because you had a red light, he must have a red light. Is that right?
And I was watching north and southbound traffic as well.
Okay, so you did not see the light above your head with regards to what light was showing at the semi.
No, I could not see that light.
Okay. And you're testified earlier that there are times when you might have a red light, but the opposing lanes don't have a red light. Is that right?
That is
okay. And you're saying now that the other traffic started to move or started to flinch or started to prepare to move. Is that what you described it as?
Yes, because they had a green light.
Well, hold that thought here. This is the first time you're testifying that they had a green light. As you've testified before, it's prepared to move, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So if the light above you had been a different color when the semi had entered into the intersection, you'd have no way of looking up. You would not have looked up and seen that. You didn't look up and see that.
And yeah, that is correct. I could not see that light.
Okay. So at the time in which the semi enters the intersection, you're presuming it's the red light because you're looking at a red light yourself and the other traffic has flinched or begun to move.
Yes.
Okay.
And they have a green.
Question. Yeah, that's all the questions I have for the trooper.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Regier?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Master Trooper, you testified on cross that during this encounter, you observed the northbound and southbound traffic beginning to move or in some fashion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Based off your experience as a law enforcement officer, does traffic begin to move at this kind of an intersection in the absence of a green light?
Objection. That is both speculative, outside the scope. It's a bad question, Judge.
It's a bad question. I love this. I hate that the semi truck can blow through a red light and get away with it.
Questions,
I think he's about to.
Any recross?
No, just Trooper, thank you for being here. Master Trooper, thank you for being here.
Very well. Any other evidence, Mr. Regier?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
State rests, anything from the defense, Mr. De Hoya?
Yes, Judge. I'm here with my client, Mr. Fazal Muhammad, who would be taking the stand here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please lower your hand and please proceed with your questioning.
Could you introduce yourself to the court?
Okay, I will explain to.
No. I just want you to tell them your name.
Oh.
Introduce yourself.
My first name Aminullah, my last name Fazal Muhammad.
Okay. And you were the truck driver on the day in question.
Yep.
And when you were driving the truck, do you recall running a red light?
No.
Was the light red when you entered the intersection?
No.
Okay, what color was the light when you entered the intersection?
The light?
Yeah, what color was the light you were facing as you entered the intersection?
The first I see the light is gray.
Green?
Yeah. But I'm close to the light, the traffic light. Cross the the white line is the yellow. The traffic line, the traffic signal give me yellow. This time it's like I want to cross the line, the white line.
But when you went across the white line, what color was the traffic light? Was it yellow?
Yellow.
Okay. Was the light red when you entered the intersection?
The red after that I can see, I'm not see what kind of should be like the red, the light, because I want to cross the traffic line.
How far away from the traffic light were you when it turned yellow?
I'm close to the turn up the right line.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony today is that you did not run a red light. Your vehicle entered the intersection when the light was yellow.
Yep.
Okay.
You know, because I wanna hit the hard brake. It's like my heavy is very high in the trailer, 45,000. You know, lbs.
So it's a commercial truck that
Very
you're
danger.
carrying 45,000 pounds behind you?
All right, is he gonna testify or are you counsel?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. All right. So what was the vehicle you were driving?
The big trailer.
Okay. And how much did the trailer weigh?
The trailer weigh?
Yeah. How much did the whole package weigh?
Whole like a 44,000 lbs.
Okay, 44,000 pounds, right?
Yep.
Okay.
LBs.
Would it have been safer for you to slam on the brakes to try to bring your vehicle to a stop?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
You wanna show me how he would know that?
That's fair. Ultimately, you've testified you did not run a red light. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Judge, we can leave it at that.
Okay.
Mr. Gear, you gonna take a shot at him?
Is that the end of your direct examination, Mr. De Hoya?
If I can have just a quick second with my client real quick here.
Well, this is not a good time to do it, not in the middle of his testimony.
No, Judge, that's fine. That is the end of my direct examination.
All right, Mr. Regier, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any other evidence, Mr. De Hoya?
No, Judge, we've shared our piece.
All right, any rebuttal evidence, Mr. Regier?
Very briefly, Your Honor, if the state may call Master Trooper Grunder to the stand briefly as a rebuttal witness.
As strictly rebuttal, yes. Master Trooper, if you'll rejoin us for rebuttal.
Is he gonna get this video in?
You're still under oath.
As rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Did you have occasion to observe a red light at this intersection before the semi entered the intersection?
Judge, I'm going to object as both asked and answered.
Goes to the question of whether or not a yellow light was visible at the time.
I'll allow it for that purpose. As rebuttal.
Yes, as I stated in my testimony, it was red for approximately 3 seconds.
3 seconds in relation to what?
That I had seen a red light. It was 3 seconds.
But the period of time related to
3
the truck.
seconds after, before what?
It turned red.
Before the truck went through the intersection.
There you go.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Questions, Mr. De Hoya?
To be clear, that was the light facing you. That was the light you saw that was red.
That is correct.
Not the light facing my client, which was above you and you couldn't see.
That is correct.
No further questions.
All right, anything further, Mr. Regier?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense, Mr. De Hoya?
We have a verdict. The judge is going to make a ruling.
I'll allow argument. I don't know that it's necessary, but I will certainly allow it if anybody has it to make.
Your Honor, if I may, very briefly.
Very briefly, yes.
Your Honor, under KSA 8-1507 subsection A, the driver of any vehicle shall obey the instructions of any official traffic control device applicable thereto, placed in accordance with the provisions of this act, unless otherwise directed by a police officer. The officer has identified the defendant as the driver. The defendant was driving the semi. The defendant approached a red traffic light at the intersection of Lulu Street and 7th Street. The officer has testified that the traffic light he observed was red 3 seconds before the semi entered the intersection. Rather complying with the instructions of the red traffic light and stopping, the defendant entered the intersection without stopping. The officer has testified that he never spoke to the defendant before the defendant disregarded the instructions of the red traffic light and entered the intersection, and the stop occurred on US 54, a highway in Butler County, Kansas. There's nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. De Hoya, do you have anything you want to
Defense
say?
is going to win this
So,
one.
Judge, there are ways to present this case that might make it more airtight, but the problem is that the officer acknowledged that there's a time and place where the red light is not true to both lanes. And the only other testimony regarding what that light truly was colored is the gentleman sitting next to me who says it was yellow. Regrettably, for proof beyond a reasonable doubt, Unfortunately, this is an acquittal for the state. That is unfortunate for the state.
Thank you.
Unfortunately for the
All
state.
right,
Fortunately
well,
for my
I
client.
do again, as I said before, appreciate Officer Grunder's candor to the court on a number of questions that he testified to. And I think Mr. De Hoyos, you've seized on those issues that I'm thinking about. On one hand, the officers had many years, I think he testified 20 years of devoting his livelihood and life to enforcing traffic, and he probably does know very well how those lights operate better than any of us here, how they work with one going red on one side, going a different color on another. But I'm speculating that
She
he
can't
knows
use her
that.
personal
I think
knowledge.
it's pretty good speculation. That I know that he is a very involved enforcer of traffic laws. But my duty as a judge is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And as confident as I am in Trooper Grunder's qualifications and abilities, the facts in this case do show that he was going one way looking at one light, and he doesn't know what was going on the other way other than from his experience, but which is good experience, I'm sure. But at the same time, there was no indication that he could say that, well, it wasn't malfunctioning on the other side, that it wasn't set up different at this particular intersection at that particular time. There is some room for reasonable doubt in this case, and for that reason, I do have to find the defendant not guilty. And the defendant is released, and
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. Thank you.
This hearing is concluded at this time. Defendant and counsel for this case only is counsel released.
Judge, I don't think I have any more, but if you want me to hang out, I will.
We can just hang
Not
out
if you don't have any more, but I do want to say one thing to your client. I don't want you to go away thinking that you've done something great, that you've won this case, because you testified yourself that you were hauling 44,000 pounds coming up to this light. And I do know that intersection. I do know that there's a lot of traffic, families in that area, a lot of food establishments. So you make sure that you watch the traffic in advance and be prepared to stop. Because,
yes,
I did what I needed to do, but you need to do what you need to do for future purposes.
Yep.
It's a very responsible job of hauling that kind of weight, just as the trooper has a very responsible job keeping everyone safe. So with that being said, again, we are in recess. You may go.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm gonna lay
All right, so we've
responsibility.
concluded Duran and Fazal Muhammad. So
Let me cut away from that for just a minute. I'm gonna lay that solely on Mr. Aguirre's shoulders. That was a preparation issue. Had Mr. Aguirre met with Mr. Gunderson, the trooper, Super Trooper Gunderson, or Grunder, I think his name was, and shown him the video beforehand, and he's like, yeah, that's the video. I identified it. I signed the jump drive. Done. You then have a semi-truck running a red light on camera, with cars starting to go the other direction that will show that will prove that the other light was red. And it's a done deal. And Mr. Aguirre just waltzed in there thinking he could just make it happen without doing that prep work. And props to defense. Your guy ran a red light and he got away with it. I did that yesterday as well. I'm sorry, but I was in a funeral procession. I think I was okay. All right, that's right. Anyone ever testify in court? You met with the first attorney prior to taking the stand, right? Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Aguirre is going to be angry for the rest of the day. Let's check in and see how he's
we're
doing.
now on the record in BU 2025 TR 2639. State of Kansas versus Matthew David Kuhn. Jared Aguirre for the state. Matthew David Kuhn, are you there?
Mr. Kuhn?
Defendant
Bench
apparently
warrant
has
shall issue.
left this docket. I'll come back to him. Okay, the other person that just addressed me, was that Miss Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you need to be taken up promptly.
Yes, please.
Okay. On the record in BU 2025 TR 2809, State of Kansas versus, is it Arlie Martinez?
O'Reilly, ma'am.
Areli Martinez, Jared Regina for the state, defendant and Persia person pro se. Ms. Martinez, you're charged with operating a vehicle without registration or with expired tag.
Regier's going to throw the book at her.
This is an unclassified misdemeanor up to $1,000 fine, possible 30-day to 6-month sentence. Are you going to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or represent yourself?
I'll represent myself.
Ooh, bad choice. Bad
You know, you
choice.
do have the right to hire an attorney, and if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you can apply for court appointed.
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone making you give up your right to an attorney today?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will find that you are knowingly and voluntarily waiving your right to an attorney. How do you wish to proceed on this charge of driving without registration or expired tag? You can plead not guilty and set it for trial at a later date. You can plead guilty admitting it, and you can plead no contest, neither admitting or denying, but you'd still be found guilty and proceed to, most likely, and proceed with sentencing. Do you want to enter either of those, please, or do you want some time to look into diversion or anything of that sort?
If I could look into more time for diversion. I did not know about that till today.
All right, I will enter a not guilty plea and set this over to May 11 at 9 a.m. unless my clerk tells me otherwise. That gives you quite a bit of time to go online and look at the diversion and apply and see if you qualify, and if it's granted, to accept it and send their contract back. Make sure you understand all the steps because it's a multi-step process, Ms. Martinez. And I'm not inclined to set it over again for this reason, since I'm giving you clear until May. Mr. Regier, do you want to be heard on it?
No objection to setting this over to the, I think it was the May 6th date, Your Honor.
May 11 is what I said, but let me check with the clerk. Is that, what do you want me to set that on, clerk? May 11, May 6?
If you're wanting a Monday at 9 a.m., it'll be May 11th, Your Honor.
Right, May 11th at 9 a.m., Mr. Regier and Ms. Martinez.
Okay.
Your Honor, is the court finding that the defendant is applying for court-appointed counsel? In this case, the state understands the Monday morning dockets are typically reserved for represented defendants rather than pro se defendants.
They are, but not always. Ms. Martinez, I understood you were representing yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yes, you're right, Mr. Regier, but I'm going to make an exception and put it on there at May 6th.
Very good, Your Honor.
Yeah, or May 11 at 9.
Phil, I could do with a spicy chicken sandwich about right now.
Defendant's request, and check the issue of bond. You will need to.
You'll get fingerprinted.
Okay, no, that's all. You may go at this time, Ms. Martinez. This matter is in recess.
Judge Boyd is late. We're
May
keeping an
11th.
eye on it.
Thank you. All right. Was there someone else that needed to go out?
Hey, Judge Webster, it's Matthew Kuhn. I stepped away to the bathroom, and I guess you'd call my name. I missed you.
Well, I think that's the
Did you wash
standing
your
rule.
hands?
If you go to the bathroom, we call. It happens. I mean, it's not really a rule, but it is amazingly accurate how often that happens.
Yeah, sorry, I understand.
No, that's all right. I don't mean to give you a lot of grief here. Okay, Mr. Kuhn, we will take your case up if I can find it again now. There it is. On the record in BU 2025 TR 2639, State of Kansas versus Matthew David Kuhn, Jared Regier for the state. Defendant appears in person and pro se.
For now. You might want a lawyer.
Mr. Kuhn, are you going to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or represent yourself?
I'll probably just go for a court-appointed attorney.
Where do you work?
High caliber.
Oh, you're the high caliber landscaping, and remind me how much you make per month?
Well, I actually just started there, so I don't.
Oh, you're okay. Well, I spoke to one of their employees today. I was thinking that was you. Go ahead. How much do they pay you?
I'm making 16 an hour, but I've yet to make my first check, so I'm not sure how much I'd be making a month. An
40
hour.
hours a week. 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you married or single?
I can do the math
Single.
for you.
Children?
No.
What do you pay per month in rent or mortgage if you do?
No, I don't pay rent or any of that. I have a truck payment. I pay like 300 a month ish.
Okay, so you're at 2,260 roughly
Any
of
other
expendable.
expenses?
No, that's it.
Yeah, you don't get a court
Well,
appointed.
tentatively, I do not see you qualifying for court-appointed attorney, but you are welcome to contact the clerk and get the written application and in more detail fill out the information and basically reapply.
Okay.
But at this point, being denied court-appointed, how do you want to proceed?
I don't know. Just I guess give me some time to get an attorney.
All right, I will enter a not guilty plea, Mr. Kuhn. And we'll set you back. You think you can hire an attorney or will hire an attorney?
Yeah.
All right. Not guilty and to hire an attorney. And if you want to look into diversion, do that before the next court date too. I'm going to set this over to May 11 at 9 a.m. unless the clerk tells me otherwise.
Okay, would it just be Zoom again, or is that in person?
That you can do it either way. You can do it by Zoom or in person at the courthouse. And make sure that your attorney enters before that date. If you want to look into diversion, make sure you do that before the court date. It is possible if you're diverted through the state's diversion program, you may not even have to appear. They may tell you you don't have to appear on May 11th.
Okay.
So those are some things to keep in mind.
I'll look-
Doesn't look like you've made a bond or been processed. And you are looking at a B miss.
Courtroom C paper.
Why does that driving while suspended not indicate it's a B misdemeanor? Well, I'm going to order that you be processed and that you pay a $1,000 OR bond. You don't have to put the money up front, but do look for a breakout room. You and Court Security 2 are going to go in a breakout room, and he's going to give you time to get your picture and prints taken and sign your OR bond. So, Destiny, if you please could put Court Security 2 and Mr. Kuhn in a breakout room.
Put them in one room, let them duke
All
it
right,
out.
thank you.
You're welcome. Don't forget to either be diverted or be back here May 11 at 9 a.m. All right. Was there someone else that was waiting to get to work or something else?
Judge, we're waiting for Stephanie
Let
Boyd
me
to
take
start.
up a few more of these before we do another trial. Stephanie Kelly, do you want to start your audio and video? Whoever wants to go next, start your audio and video.
Wow. Just first one up.
All right. Stephanie Kelly, thank you. We'll take your case up now. On the record in BU 2025 TR 2690, State of Kansas versus Stephanie Kelly. Jared Regier for the state. Defendant Kelly appears in person and pro se. Ms. Kelly, you are looking at count 1, speeding 83 and a 65. A traffic infraction carries only a fine, no jail time. Count 2, you're accused with unlawful registration or improper tag. That is an unclassified misdemeanor, as you've heard I don't know how many times since you've been here today. You can probably tell me the penalties better than I can, but basically your fine could be up to $2,500 and your sentence could be 30 days to 6 months. Ms. Kelly, do you wish to have an attorney?
No.
You can hire any attorney of your choice, and if you cannot afford to hire, you can apply and see if you qualify for court appointed.
No, my vehicle was properly registered.
All right.
Oh, she's
It
gonna fight
was at the time of the stop on November 28th of 25.
Absolutely, yes. It was a brand new vehicle. I purchased it in Oklahoma, and so they have a different placard system, but
Okay.
it looked like I had Oklahoma plates, but there was a temporary indication on that, and I have the plate to show you if need be.
Well, you can do that at trial, which will not be today. I do see there was an amended complaint filed, and I want to make sure I give you that they didn't change the charges since it was entered. I'm not getting my computer to pull that up. What is the amended charge, Mr. McGear?
Your Honor, count 2 of the amended information appears to allege 1 count of failed to register vehicle in this state, an unclassified non-person misdemeanor.
Okay, failed to register in Kansas. So it sounds like the state is saying that you had so much time to file that within the state and you didn't have it filed in Kansas. So with that being the allegation, do you still wish to represent yourself or do you want to talk to an attorney?
Oh no, the vehicle is registered in Kansas and there was a mistake.
Well, we'll take that up at trial. So I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty. Set this for bench trial. When's my next bench trial date, please, Destiny?
April 15th at 1:30.
April 15th at 1:30. Be back here for trial. Bring any evidence that you want. Now, if you have written documents, it's not enough to just bring the document. You'll need to show who presented that, who made that document so that you can get it admitted. Someone that can testify to what the document is and that it shows what you want it to show.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And then not guilty, bench trial, April 15th. That'll give you time to talk to an attorney, even though you don't want to at this point. It'll give you time to apply for diversion, which you may or may not want to do.
I've done that already.
You did what? You've looked into diversion?
I've applied for your diversion. I've paid already to do that.
All right. Well, I'm going to order that you reappear April 15th at 1:30.
So I just want to be clear, because I actually can't afford an attorney, but that the vehicle has been registered. There was a issue with my lien, which delayed the process, but I had.
In Your Honor, is the court trying this case today?
Yeah, we'll take that all up at your trial. If you decide you cannot afford an attorney and you want one, be sure and call the clerk here in Butler County so that they can give you an application to apply for an attorney. But do that soon. Don't wait till the week before trial and start thinking about it.
That phone number again?
The clerk is
867-5309.
70.
4-3.
Yes.
Is that where they would they already had approved my diversion request or?
Okay, the clerk doesn't have anything to do with the diversion. They're the ones that could mail you an application for a court-appointed attorney. You would fill that out and mail that back to them.
Samantha, looks great.
Court-appointed attorney, if you need a court-appointed attorney. Now, if you want to do the diversion, that's the county attorney's office. They're at bucoks.com, or their phone number, if you can't get everything answered online, is
867-5309.
6999. If I've already applied for the diversion and paid, they gave me a login credentials. Do I still need to call them?
I'm not sure about the process you're talking about. I don't know. The answer to your question, I don't know. I'm not party to diversion. I don't have much to do with that other than what you hear me saying here online.
Okay.
I mean, those are good questions. I just don't have your answer. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else, Miss Kelly?
I thank you. You just said I got to appear again April 15th at 1:30 p.m.
Yes, by Zoom. But you can always come to the courthouse if you want.
Oh, I'm very far away.
Okay.
I appreciate the opportunity for Zoom. Will you guys email me the credentials to log in for Zoom again?
They will if they have your email address. That's another question to ask the clerk. If they don't send them to you, then I would be calling them a day or two before court. And letting you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Is now a good time to ask for the means to submit my proof?
Well,
is it an email?
I'm not sure what proof you're talking about. As I told someone earlier in this docket, this is not a jurisdiction where you say, well, I had registration, I just didn't have it on my vehicle at the time I was driving. So
no, it was completely on my vehicle. I followed all the rules and regulations properly from the dealership. So it was all there.
Okay, well.
Again, Your Honor, the state would object to continuing this hearing in this fashion, given that this matter has already been scheduled for bench trial in 2 months' time.
Yeah, well, either hire an attorney,
Mr.
apply
Hickey,
for court appointed, or do the research
little
yourself on
butthurt.
that. Because an attorney could help you a lot on that, but when it comes to trial, you'll have to make your arguments at trial. And if you're not making them according to Kansas law, it could be ruled against you if you cite the wrong law or don't provide what you need to. Okay, so I'm going to let you go at this time, Miss Kelly. Check. You do need to get your fingerprints and pictures taken on a B misdemeanor, although you're not looking at a B misdemeanor, so you can go at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Matt Kuhn sent me a message, but he's already been taken up. Sydney Womack sent me a message, but that's been taken up. Jaden Brewer, did we take that up? I think we did.
Jason Heitman?
Clerk, did we take up Jaden Brewer?
Your Honor, let me double check. I do have an Ethan Ware that is messaging me
I see
about
a
needing to go to
T-post
work
driver
also.
in that garage.
I have a whole bunch of them messaging me. But Jaden Brewer, we took up that one. I'm just going down the list of who messaged me. Jaden Brewer, we took that one up. He entered not guilty.
The judge has
Damian
not gone
Green
live this afternoon.
messaged me about getting to work. We took that up, if I'm not mistaken, double checking. And Arlie Martinez we took up. I'm going in the order of what they messaged me. That one up. Court security messaged me for Kuhn. And Ethan Ware, is that the one you mentioned, Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take that up next. If Ethan Ware will start the video.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello there.
Maybe this is
We are on the
vindication.
record in BU 2025 TR 2620, State of Kansas versus Ethan Ray Ware. And Jared Regier for the state, defendant Ware in person and pro se.
Is this a bench trial, Judge?
Mr. Ware, you're here for first appearance on a number of charges. Count one being following another vehicle too closely. That is a traffic infraction. It has a scheduled fine, no jail time. Count two, unsafe turning or stopping, failing to give proper signal. Also an infraction with fines only if convicted, no jail time. Count three, operating a vehicle without registration or with expired tag, an unclassified misdemeanor, a fine up to $2,500 maximum possible, and a sentence of 30 days to 6 months.
Yeah, prepare to serve that.
Do you intend to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or represent yourself, Mr. Ware?
I'd like to represent myself, Your Honor.
No,
You understand you can hire an attorney or apply for court appointed?
I do.
Knowing that, you wish to waive your right to an attorney and represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anyone making you give up your right to an attorney?
No.
All right, then I will have the record reflect that you're knowingly and voluntarily waiving your right to counsel on record. How do you wish to plead to count one, following the vehicle too closely? You can plead not guilty and set it for trial at a later date. You can plead guilty, admitting the charge, and proceed to sentencing, or you can plead no contest. That means you don't want to admit it, but you don't want to deny it and take it to trial. You'd still most likely be found guilty, but you wouldn't have an admission on your record.
Are we able to discuss diversion before I put in?
I can't. I'm not going to discuss any more than what you've heard me with others today, but I can give you time if I can set this over.
I don't need an explanation or anything like that. I guess, do you just move my date? So
Well, first of all, I want to know what you can do about an attorney.
I'm not interested in an attorney.
All
I'm not
right.
going to be hiring one or
Okay.
using the court
So I
appointed.
will have the record reflect you're knowingly and voluntarily waiving your right to counsel. You can change your mind on that at some point if you wish to, but not in the middle of trial. All right, so what do you want to do? Look into diversion? What are you trying to tell me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll enter a not guilty plea and set this for diversion review. And what am I using? May 11th still Destiny?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna set this over to May 11, 9 a.m. You'll either need to be diverted completely or back here in court. And you better know what being completely means. It means it has to be on file. It's not enough to be thinking about it. It's not enough to apply for it. It's not enough to get a contract saying you've been accepted. You have to sign that contract and get it back to the county attorney where they actually file it before your court date. Otherwise, you will need to be back here May 11 at 9 a.m. Anything else, Mr. Ware, that I can answer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Regier, anything further?
From the state, Your Honor.
All right, this case is concluded for today, and Mr. Ware, you are excused until May 11th at 9 a.m. unless diverted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good rest of your day.
Welcome. Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to mute just for a minute. Just wanted to share something really quickly. Yesterday, a tweet came out from a true crime correspondent on CBS 5. And she released information on Twitter saying that in the Nancy Guthrie case, the company called Parsons Corporation has released a statement saying, yes, it was our equipment that was used to listen for Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker, the radio signals that the pacemaker gives off. 3 days ago, I posted pictures of the blue sky from Parsons Corporation and information about how they had contracts with both the state of Arizona and the FBI, and that this was most likely not just the company they were using, but the model that they were using. And finally, the company came out. Somebody researched it and said, "Yep, it is. It was us. That's what we were using." It's what I do. I do tech stuff. That's what I do. So anyway, I thought a little humble brag there. I nailed it 3 days ago, and they finally got the confirmation from the company. So you're welcome for the free advertising. Okay, where were we? We were right here.
I'm seeing a note in the summary of the case, Mr. Regier. It says disposition. I don't know of any reason why we would have disposition unless she paid. Does the clerk know anything about that note from December 30th, 2025 that talks about disposition?
I'm not sure what note you're talking about, Your Honor.
Well, if you go to the summary and call up her case, it says February 18th, 26th, first appearance per ticket. You see that? Followed by amended complaint, and underneath an amended complaint, disposition, dated December 30th of 25.
Your Honor, if I may.
Please proceed.
You may, Mr.
Your Honor, in this matter, the state is seeking a somewhat higher bond. The state's information is this is a defendant who has another currently pending Butler County case, 25 TR 1162. The state's information is that there is currently an appearance bond in that case for an appearance on April 15th in the amount of $2,000 professional surety. The state is somewhat troubled by the fact that it would appear there was a failure to appear per the court's finding on November 19th, 2025, and the ticket in this case appears to allege an occurrence date approximately 5 days prior to that failure to appear in that case. Additionally, it would appear that in the other Butler County case, there is at least one charge before the court that the state does consider significant. And the ticket in the current case does appear to allege, besides the multiple violations, that there was an accident observed by law enforcement, at least during the context of this new case. So for those reasons, the state is seeking a cash or surety bond, $4,000.
Well, until you started giving me all those facts, I was thinking about continuing this over to April 15th with the other case. But with all those added facts, I'm going to issue a bench warrant, bond set $4,000, cash or surety due to her failure to appear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Judge Boyd has not gone live this afternoon. She said
We'll
she
now
would.
be on the record in Wilson, BU 2025 TR 2634,
We don't
State
know
of
why.
Kansas versus Ronald A. Wilson, Jared Regier for the state, Ronald Wilson failing to appear. On one count of operating a vehicle without registration or expired tag, dating back to November 22nd of 2025. Recommendations, Mr. Regier.
Your Honor, in this matter, the state is seeking a bench warrant, at the very least $1,000 cash or surety. Besides the nature of the charge currently before the court pursuant to the ticket, which does appear to be an unclassified misdemeanor, the ticket does appear to refer to both to a driver's license state and address outside the state of Kansas. Therefore, the state respectfully submits that $1,000 cash or surety is appropriate under the circumstances.
Court does issue a bench warrant. Bond is set, 1,000 cash or surety. We took
Gotta
up
show up for
Sidney
court.
Womack. Let's go back to the top of the docket. We took up Allen, didn't we, or not? Anybody have Allen? I'm pretty sure we did. I called it Alicia. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we took that up. Clerk, do you show we took up Allen?
What was the name?
Allen.
Alicia Allen. I think I called it Alicia and she corrected me that it's Alicia.
Yeah, I don't show her on the ones that we were doing, Your Honor. I think that was with Jenna.
Okay, I think you're right. Craig Brooks. Anybody have Craig Brooks? On the record in BU 2025 TR 2605. State of Kansas versus Craig Wayne Brooks.
Bench
Jared
warrant.
Regier for the state. Mr. Brooks fails to appear. Mr. Regier, recommendations.
Your Honor, something has just been brought to my attention regarding this matter. If I may request 1 minute of the court's time.
Absolutely.
Mr. Aguirre just pauses, downloads new information to his brain directly, and then he'll be back.
In front of the Walmart.
When he says 1 minute, he's never gone for more than a minute. It's always under. I don't know why we are out in the garage, sir, but I guess if that's where the good Wi-Fi is, it's a good place to connect with to court. I like looking in the background when there's an interesting background like this, as we can see here. Mr. Jason, he's got a looks like a downhill style mountain bike from those forks. Suspension. I'm not sure if it's a hardtail or softtail. I can't quite tell from the angle. T-post driver, which is always good if you need to, put up some fencing, keep the cows in line. I do also see what looks like be a children's bike back there, so maybe it's a family thing. Going out and riding the bikes. So, do you sell those kind of bikes for Pucky Puppy? For the company that shall not be named? Is that what you're talking about? Not a sponsor. Used to be a dealership for Pucky Puppy. I didn't know it, but they sent people my way trying to sell them bikes. Poor Jason, what keeps getting skipped over. He needs to raise his hand is what needs to happen. For all the mountains in Kansas. Kansas has more molehills than they have mountains. There's not a lot there, terrain-wise. Jason is not getting a bench warrant. It's been a minute. Mr. Aguirre, I told everybody that you never take more than a minute, and here you are. You've proven me wrong. I guess you're really not on your game today, having just lost an easy, winnable running a red light with dash cam video case. This is not a great showing today by Mr. Aguirre, who is one of our favorites, as long as he's not opposite us in court. Here he's back. He's back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Back on the record, Mr. Regier.
Your Honor, this is a case where previously an appearance bond had been executed for an appearance in July of 2025 in the amount of $2,000 professional surety. However, the information was not filed in this case until subsequently in November of 2025. It would appear that a summons was issued with a return of the same filed with the court in December of 2025. That would appear to indicate residential tack down as of a date in December of 2025. If the court is prepared to make a finding of legal service based off of that, the state would be recommending a $3,000 cash or surety bond if the court is prepared to set a new bond in light of the prior appearance bond before the information was filed in this matter. State's information is that in addition to the charges currently before the court pursuant to the information, which state does acknowledge that count one is a class B misdemeanor. This is a defendant who does have a history of prior non-traffic felony convictions. State's information, if the court is prepared to accept a proffer of the case summary from case search, is this is defendant who had a prior case in Labette, Parsons County, case number 2018 CR 257. State's information in that matter, the defendant was convicted of possession of an opiate as well as aggravated intimidation of a witness or a victim as of January of 2019.
Bench warrant ordered, bond set, 3,000 cash or surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're on the record in 2025 TR 2355, State of Kansas versus Jan Carlos Castaneda Aguilar. I think I called that earlier, but I don't know that he was here. Jared Regier for the state. Defendant fails to appear. Mr. Regier, recommendations?
Your Honor,
Yes, Deputy, do you have him?
we had him earlier.
And what did he do? Did we call
He
him
pled
out?
guilty.
Okay.
He fled?
Well, then let's just conclude with that. I mean,
He had an interpreter.
oh, he's the one that had the interpreter and then the interpreter left him. All right, so nothing further on Castaneda Aguilar. We'll now be on the record in 25 TR 2628, State of Kansas versus Carrie Beth Cates. Jared Regier for the state. Carrie Beth Cates. Carrie Beth Cates fails to appear. Recommendations, Mr. Regier.
One moment, Your Honor. I am reviewing one final matter on this case.
Thank you.
Just go to plug in, download information. Beep, beep, beep. Information downloaded. Document complete. Analyzing data. Preparing response. Response ready. Standby for transmission. Honestly, he's ingesting data.
Your Honor, at the very least in this matter, the state is prepared to recommend a $1,500 cash or surety bench warrant if the court is satisfied on the issue of service. This is a case where it does appear the ticket includes a notice to appear date of February 18th, 2026 at 9 a.m. And my office did file amended information in December of 2025, which would appear to allege multiple counts, including both an unclassified and a Class B misdemeanor.
And I do see that the defendant did receive was given verbally the codes for this hearing and was very polite. That's bench warrant, 1,500 cash or surety bond required.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jaron Bailey Collins on the record in 2025 TR 2804, State of Kansas versus Jaron Bailey Collins. Jared Regier for the state. Deputy, do you have Mr. Collins or Miss Collins?
We had him this morning. He was at the
Alright.
courthouse, so
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Judge, why is your docket in a mess?
Tommy Eugene Dunn on the record in BU 2025 TR 2675. State of Kansas versus Tommy Eugene Dunn. Jared Regier for the state. Defendant fails to appear. Mr. Regier, any recommendations?
One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, was the one that was seen this morning the 25 TR 2709 for the Jeremilo Gonzalez Jr.? Is that who you said was seen this morning?
No, that he said we saw. Who did you say, Deputy? I've marked them out. Who did you say you saw?
The last one was Jaron Collins, 25 TR 2804.
Thank you.
But I have him marked off, and then I have Kuhn and Corus Coriston marked off 2. And now I'm up to Dunn. Mr. Gear, did you or Court Security have any information about Dunn?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge as I do not represent the defendant in these proceedings in my role as prosecutor.
Well, in your role of prosecutor, do you have any recommendations to Mr. Dunn's failure to appear?
Yes, Your Honor. In this matter, the state is seeking a bench warrant, at the very least $2,500 cash or surety pursuant to the ticket. This is a case that appears to involve at least one alleged Class B misdemeanor. It does appear notable from the state's perspective that both the ticket and the ticket appears to include both a driver's license state and address well outside the state of Kansas. Additionally, while the state does know this is a mere allegation at this juncture, the court comments do appear to include certain notations to suggest, quote, non-resident violator compact. So the state respectfully submits that a higher bond of at least $2,500 cash or surety is appropriate.
Bench warrant issued, bond set, $2,500 cash or surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, would it be possible?
They're actually next on my list, sir.
Can I go next?
Thank you.
Jason.
Are you Jason Martin Heitman?
Yes, ma'am.
We are on the record in BU 2025 FG 15, State of Kansas versus Jason Martin Heitman. Jared Regier for the state. Defendant appears in person and pro se on one count of boating and water general prohibition.
What?
Let's see if Mr. Regier, can you tell me?
Is this a crime? What did
any
you do?
more about that? What's he's accused of actually
You boated
doing?
without permission?
Your Honor, pursuant to count 1 of the information filed with the court in August of 2022, it is alleged that the defendant, quote, did operate a motorboat or vessel or manipulate a water ski, surfboard, or similar device in a reckless or negligent manner so as to endanger the life of or property of any person.
Well, that
He
still leaves some
surfboarded
questions as what he did.
dangerously?
Mr. Heitman, there is an affidavit filed as of August 22nd, 2025.
Dangerous surfboarding in Kansas?
Last time I was here, you delayed and gave me this court date for diversion. I filed for diversion. I think because I had a ticket before for a vehicle accident that I wasn't qualified for diversion, and I didn't remember that when I asked for diversion the last time. I forgot that would disqualify me, so I'm here today.
All right, I do show November 19th you wanted to apply for diversion. With diversion being denied, do you wish to revisit an attorney issue? Do you want to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or continue on your own behalf?
Continue on my own behalf.
Oh,
Thank you.
no, Jason,
Okay,
Jason.
and I'll
don't,
double
don't.
check. You understand you can hire an attorney? I'm not sure with this particular violation I can court appointed, as it is a misdemeanor C, it looks like.
I do not wish to
No
get
fingerprints.
an attorney.
So you want to proceed on your own behalf then?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone making you do that?
Not at all.
All right, then I'll have the record reflect your knowingly and voluntarily waiving your right to hire an attorney. And how do you wish to proceed? Do you want to set this for trial at a later date, or do you want to?
Guilty.
You want to enter a plea of guilty? You want to admit the charge?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
man. Jay Regier is going to throw the
Understand if you
whole
do
book
that,
at
you're
you.
giving up your right to trial.
I understand completely. Thank you.
What did you do that made you think you were guilty? I want to hear the whole story. Were you on like a
Is
paddleboard
anyone making you
going
enter
backwards or
this plea
something?
of guilty today?
Not at all, ma'am.
So by pleading guilty, you're admitting that you did violate boating and water prohibitions?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a vague.
I was negligent.
All right. Can you tell me in your own words what you did that
Please.
makes you guilty of this charge?
I was riding my family's jet skis, and I wasn't paying enough attention, and I ran into my father is what I ended up doing, which did cause him injuries, and it did damage the boats, and that is on that is my fault, and I I am guilty for it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Well, I will accept your plea of knowingly and voluntarily entering it, the guilt, and find you guilty. Recommendations for sentencing, Mr. Regier?
Your Honor, may I request a brief 1-minute recess? Something has just been brought to my attention regarding this matter.
Sure. You have
Uh-oh.
1 minute
That's
recess.
never
You're
good, Jason. Unfortunately, it's not good for you. When Mr. Regier says something's been brought to my attention, he's like, I just learned that there's a new maximum I can go for in this case. Or, did you know that there was something else that happened you should also know about, Judge, that makes this worse than what it seems? That's where we're headed, Jason. So I appreciate the candor with the court, pleading guilty, taking responsibility for your actions. You did it. Thank you. Thank you. It saves the court a bunch of money, the state a bunch of money. That's taxpayers' dollars that you're saving. Obviously, I think you've learned your lesson. Your dad's never going to let you live it down. He's also never going to let you drive the jet skis again. But bad news for you. Mr. Regier's had a bad day. Things have not gone his way. And you are easy pickings. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, Mr. Heitman, but this is where life becomes unraveled for you here in this court with Judge Webster, or more specifically with Jay Regier. Oh man, yes, his father was injured. Those jet skis, they're water toys, right? Super dangerous. It's a boat. It's a boat. It's a missile on the water. Very dangerous. Submitted the stream as The Fall of Regier on Worst of 2026. My elbow counsel, ChatGPT, said this was cool. I cannot see Mr. Regier, after having the day he's had that we've watched, come back and you're like, Your Honor, I looked at the wording of the law. I just don't think it applies here. I don't think negligence fits in. It has to be willful, Your Honor. So I'm going to dismiss we're not going to see that. He's not going to dismiss these charges. Do we like this DA? Yes, we do. He is extremely thorough. He has a very unique style and personality, which reflects Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory, Data from Star Trek, and other android-style characters. But he's extremely smart. He's very dependable. He's really prompt. He's good. And he's consistent. I like that in a prosecutor. He consistently pushes hard for punishment, but that's his job as a prosecutor. He wants justice, and he's going to seek that. And, I mean, to his credit, he didn't throw a fit when he lost an easy gimme case earlier today. Of course, he might throw the fit now on Jason. The longer Regier takes, the more worried I get for Jason. There might be additional facts. Kansas has pretty harsh boating laws, mostly because drinking on the water is an issue. I didn't know they had water. I mean, Elizabeth, I know that basically everybody has water, but when I think of Kansas, I don't think, oh, let's go there to go boating. This DA looks like an English professor. It's very, very proper. AWOL. Oh man, you weren't here for, you missed the trucker winning in a case where he was charged with running a red light, and there was dash cam video from the officer who showed up to court to testify against him, and the trucker won, and the evidence was not allowed in. You would have loved it. You have to go back and watch that, AWOL. You're gonna have to go and rewind. I've only seen clips online. I don't have a TV. I don't watch TV shows. Are people getting drunk on both lakes? I think that's what they do on the weekends. There's a huge lake near El Dorado, Kansas, where this court is. That must be the one. We are waiting patiently. At this point, Jason, your best move is to file a motion for dismissal based on the prosecutor abandoning court. Maybe ask the judge for a show cause, and take the chance and hope that Mr. Regier doesn't hear you filing the motion. I think that's all he can do right now. He's pled guilty. No lawyer. There's no. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Buckle up.
You're welcome. Back on the record in BU 2025 FG 15, State versus Jason Martin Heitman. All parties as before. Mr. Regier.
Yes, Your Honor. In this matter on the issue of disposition, if the court is prepared to proceed, the state would be recommending a $100 fine, that the court impose appropriate court costs, as well as a suspended sentence of 30 days, which the state understands to be the maximum for a Class C misdemeanor, and this is an offense that appears to be specifically identified as a Class C misdemeanor pursuant to KSA 32-1180. The state is, however, recommending a reporting probation pursuant to the affidavit, which the state does consider to be relevant for purposes of disposition, that law enforcement was dispatched to the location of an accident where EMS services was conducted. It does appear to allege that there was a certain degree of horseplay involving multiple jet skis, where one jet ski ran into another, and the state is further recommending as a condition of probation that the defendant have no contact with the El Dorado State Park during the pendency of this case, given the nature of this offense.
Wow, Jay Regier.
All right, so you're recommending a $100 fine and a 30-day sentence with how much reporting probation?
6 months, subject to all standard conditions, including a $6 probation fee, and that the defendant have no contact with the El Dorado State Park.
I'm so sorry, Jason. I am sorry.
Mr.
He's
Heitman,
had a bad
anything
day.
you want to say before I determine your sentence? You don't have to, but I'd give you the opportunity.
I just don't understand what he said. Reporting probation.
You'd see a probation officer for 6 months.
For an accident on
Okay,
water.
All right.
Okay.
And then to not go to the El Dorado State Park for 6 months. Am I correct on that?
Those are his recommendations. I'll hear yours as well before I determine your sentence.
I warned him. Where's your attorney?
Sorry, let me brief it. I have absolutely no problem with the fine or the not going to the park, especially for 6 months. I don't intend on going to the park anytime soon, because I don't go to the park very often to begin with. But I feel like the reporting probation feels excessive, but that's not my call.
You ever been on probation before?
I have not. And
what do you do for a living?
So I am currently I just recently graduated through college, and then I got in an accident. I was working on playground equipment for my kids, so I actually just got out of rehab from spinal injury, and so that's why I haven't gotten a job currently. But my previous profession was I was an Air Force firefighter before I went to college. But no, I have not been on probation. Speeding tickets and minor accidents. And this is the most unusual of anything I've ever done.
When I call up your record, I see a 2013 traffic case concerning defective wipers that obstructed windshield or windows. I'm not
got
sure
Judge
which
Boyd.
county that was filed out of. Looks like you pled
I believe
guilty.
Cedric.
Okay. And you have a 2025 FG15 out of Butler, which is this case.
Mhm.
Voting, and you have a 2023 out of, and that might be subject to, it was dismissed for unlawful registration. So I'm not seeing much on your record. At this time, I am going to order you to pay a $100 fine, court costs of $108. Are you and your dad still in communication with each other after this?
Yes, I check on him often because I was worried about him, of course.
Is his health recuperated?
He's doing great. He had back surgery for something else, conveniently, luckily. But
luckily,
and I don't ride any of his motor vehicles anymore because of the dangers, and I was obviously reckless.
And Mr. Regier, there's no allegation of alcohol or illegal drugs or drugs period involved in this?
One moment, Your Honor.
There better not be drugs involved. Judge is calling the case right now.
The officer on scene did suggest that to me when I was there, but I was in shock and there was nothing taken. I was in shock, and I guess I wasn't answering his questions the way he would have wanted.
Okay.
Your Honor, it would appear that the officer did make certain inquiries at the time pursuant to page 3 of the affidavit, and the defendant claimed at the time that he had not consumed alcoholic beverage.
All right, well, your fine again is $100, court costs $108. I'll follow the recommendation for 30-day sentence.
I just have to hear he gets probation.
I'm gonna give you a 6-month probation, but I'm gonna make it non-reporting.
Non-reporting probation.
With the conditions that you have no contact with El Dorado State Park or Lake. And
Mr. Regier gets his win. Oh my goodness.
Mr.
Hey,
Regier,
Josh, can you give me the
another
spelling of
condition
the
you
case
recommended.
again?
What was it?
The state had been recommending per its recommendations for reporting probation, all standard conditions, including the $6 probation fee, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make it non-reporting, so there won't be the $60 fee. How long is it going to take you to pay the $208 total that's due?
I could pay it today if I had a way to, like a link or something to pay it, or if it's just a ticket in the mail, I'll come immediately.
I'll order a 30 days to pay, violate no laws as part of this probation. And call the clerk to find out about payment arrangements at
316-867-5309.
322.
Hey, don't restate it.
243.
867-5309.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, you may go at this time.
All right, we're going to jump now.
You're
We're going to
welcome.
jump to court where Judge Boyd just barely came live a second ago, so I think we're 2 minutes behind now. We'll jump up and catch up with the break as soon as that happens. So let's see. I think it's right here. Hang on, back up. There we go.
State of Texas, the grand.
All right. I think the reading of the grand jury indictment is going to happen first in this case as we're starting this.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I remember,
True bill
Laura.
of indictment.
True bill.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled and sworn as such at the November term, AD 2002 of the 175th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment and on or about the count 1 paragraph A 26th day of April AD 2002, Jose Mejia, hereinafter referred to as the defendant, did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, Leroy Campos, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, paragraph B, and the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present in and to said court that on or about the 26th day of April, AD 2002, and interior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Bexar and the state of Texas, Jose Mejia, hereinafter referred to as the defendant, did then and there, intending to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, Leroy Campos,
This is intentional.
commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by shooting the complainant with a firearm, thereby causing the death of Leroy Campos against the peace and dignity of the state. Signed, the foreman of the grand jury.
Right, and to that, how do you plead?
Or guilty.
Thank you. All
Not
right,
guilty.
state, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
All right, here we go.
Your home is supposed to be your safe haven, a place of trust where you live and keep safe the ones that you love. But when you allow somebody into your home for the wrong reasons, that safe haven can turn into a vacuum for violence that can never be undone. And that is what occurred on April 25th, going into April 26th of 2002. At 907 Angela, there was a lady by the name of Denise Ibarra, and she lived at that address, okay? That is an apartment unit that is nestled in the city's west side, in a housing project that is known as the Cassiano Homes. And Denise Ibarra was in a relationship with an individual by the name of Leroy Campos, okay? Leroy Campos was also known and went by the name Romeo. Now, Denise and Leroy had a friend named Abel Barraza. And on the night starting on April 25th, Abel Barraza was hanging out with this defendant, Jose Mejia, with his girlfriend, with Abel Barraza's girlfriend, Cecilia Mejia, who is the cousin of this defendant, the girlfriend of this defendant, Genevieve Martinez. And they're hanging out, and the defendant gets the bright idea that he would like to purchase heroin. And so Abel Barraza took the defendant to 907 Angela to purchase heroin from Leroy Campos. And this is what starts what is a long night into the morning of April 26th of 2002. Now, starting at around 6 or 7 p.m. on the 25th, the group, including Abel Barraza and the defendant, go over to Leroy Campos' apartment there at 907 Angela. Now, Denise is there, and there's also a little child of 6 years old that's there, and her name is Yolanda Padilla Lugo. And at this time, early in the night, 6 or 7 p.m., the defendant had provided $175 to Abel Barraza, and Abel Barraza then provided that money to Leroy and Denise to purchase heroin. And then you will hear witnesses describe that a runaround started occurring, okay? The heroin never showed up. And so the defendant and his group stay at 907 Angela until around midnight. And then they head back to Abel's apartment, and they're still waiting. And you'll hear testimony that during this waiting, the defendant started to get really pissed off. And so they go back at around 1 a.m. asking for the heroin, and it's still not provided. And then they leave and they go back at 1:30, still not provided. And at this time, when they go back to Abel Barraza's place, the defendant doesn't stay. He tells Abel Barraza that he's going to go obtain a firearm from his cousin. Now, the defendant at this time is also with an individual by the name of Andrew Rodriguez. And so they take off, and then they come back to Abel Barraza's place of residence. And witnesses there at Abel Barraza's residence say that at that time, they observed a little sawed-off shotgun in the pants of Andrew Rodriguez. From there, the defendant and Andrew Rodriguez take off back to 907 Angela. And what happens is the defendant enters the residence. It's a 2-story residence. There's a downstairs that has a living area, and the upstairs has the bedroom.
This is live.
Now, in the bedroom, Leroy Campos is sitting
2 minutes off
by a stereo. Denise Ibarra is laying in the bed, and the 6-year-old is also laying down in the room. And what this defendant does is walk up to Leroy while Leroy's back is facing the defendant, and shoot him with that shotgun. And then he shoots Denise. And then he shoots Yolanda. And then he takes off. And no one ever saw him again. Now you're going to hear testimony from witnesses that were present at the crime scene on that day. You're going to see some photos, and you're going to hear testimony from law enforcement about the investigation that they conducted. You're also going to hear that after that day in 2002, the defendant fled the location and was later found at a different location, not in this country. So you're going to hear what he was doing between 2004 and 2024 when he was apprehended. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident once you hear all of the evidence in this case, you will find the defendant guilty as charged.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Well, that would be a great story if that's what they were able to prove.
Whoa.
They left out some important things.
Comes out swinging.
Andrew
And yelling.
Andrew is the one that carried the gun into the house. Andrew has a street name. His name is Menace. So make of that what you will.
That's not evidence.
Andrew tells the police what his version of the story is. And then surprisingly now Andrew is the one witness they can't find. So listen to the evidence. Listen to all the stories, how they don't match. Listen how Denise tells the ambulance driver, Andrew did this. Listen to all the evidence, and the evidence will not match that story. They conveniently left out that Menace is the guy that did this. He had the gun. He got the gun. He was there. My client was not there. Those are the facts, and he's not guilty of murder. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, and by the way,
State,
he's
you
not
may
guilty.
call your first witness.
He called Michael Grogan.
Here we go. It's going to be spicy. The defense attorney has some volume on him, and he's not afraid to. He's confident too. So we're going to see how this one shapes up. Yeah, I have never seen this attorney in Judge Boyd's court either. I wonder if it's a. He comes across as a big money attorney, right? He's got that air, that swagger, You guys know what I'm talking about. If you watch the Treehouse murder trial, he's got the swagger. Swayzer. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. He's got the swayzer. Oh man, it's terrible when you mess up your own punchline.
Right.
By the way,
Can you raise your right hand for me,
I was living
please?
in my
Do you
apartment when we
solemnly
got
swear
married.
affirm the
and
testimony you give will
when
be
this
the
happened.
truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Had one child.
All right, you can lower your hand.
Who's now
There's
married
a
and
small
having a
square
kid.
microphone up there. If you could place that somewhere on your suit or your tie, it's for the court reporter to hear. And if
Okay.
you'll make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear, and if you'll state your name for the record
Michael Grogan,
and spell your last name, please.
Grogan.
Right, state, you may
Just like it
proceed.
sounds.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir,
What do you do for a living currently?
I'm retired
And what did you do before this?
as a police officer,
And where were you a police officer at?
San Antonio.
So the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you a police officer for the San Antonio Police Department?
27 years,
And what year did you start?
93,
And
1993,
what year did you retire?
2021.
So 2021.
Yes, sir. June.
And what was your main duties when you were a police officer?
I was a patrolman my entire career.
And could you please just briefly explain the training background you have to get to become a patrolman for SAPD?
Way back in the day was the police academy for 6 months, and then it was yearly training for the entire time. So in service, driving, shooting, tactics, law updates. Then there was a whole bunch of other stuff over the years.
And they teach you that in the beginning in the academy,
What's that?
all that stuff you just mentioned.
Yes, and then like I say, yearly updates, and
And then,
then
of course, on the job training.
on the job training, and then I went to I don't know how many schools over 27 years.
And during that time, were you a certified peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And were you ever in a like a supervisory role?
I was an FTO, which
I mean, could you explain what that is?
As a field training officer for about 10, 12 years, I was a field training officer, meaning I would train people on probation, and I was their immediate supervisor. But other than that, no.
Okay. And
gonna
what
switch
patrol were you
mics.
assigned to mainly during your career?
I did the first 10 years on, we call it the shallow west side, which is just west of downtown. And then I did a little time on the far west side, which is further west. And then most of the rest of the time I did up on the northwest side of town.
And I want to call your attention back to April 26, 2002. What was your assignment then? What side of town?
At that time, I was the district officer for District 2380, which is over off of Zarzamora and Hamilton area.
And what was your shift hours?
I was dog watch. So, I mean, they changed over the years, but generally it was from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And I want to call your attention to the case that we're here for today. Do you remember a shooting that you had to respond to?
Yes, sir.
And when you respond to an incident like that, do you write a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you write a report in this case?
I think I had to write multiples.
May I approach Judge?
Yes.
Yeah, I have that one, but if you wrote multiples, I don't have.
I'm wondering if you had to write multiple reports, the same report multiple times to get it right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir. That's one of my old reports.
And is that your report from the date of incident we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
It's on papyrus. It's an old one.
Read from that, but don't testify from it, just refresh your memory.
Okay.
Why did they just refresh his
So
recollection?
do you recall,
when he hasn't forgotten
is there
anything?
a specific case number that SAPD gives to incidents?
Well, every incident, if you write a report, so it's a criminal incident, we'll have a case number. Yes.
Is there like an SAPD case number that's assigned to an incident that happens or a case?
For this one or just in general?
Well, just in general, and then for this one.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what's the SAPD case number for this case?
I don't recall it.
You
but
can refresh your
Yeah, it's cut off on most of these. The case number would be 02-273-557. And I think there was a report 1, 2, and 3, if I recall it.
It's probably like a green bar report too.
And what was the call initially for that you're responding to?
A shooting.
And where was the call located at that you had to respond to?
907 Angela. Yes, 907 Angela.
And do you remember like what area or complex that was?
That was in the courts. I forget the name of them, but it was in the housing area over there off of Hamilton and I forget the streets.
And is it in Bexar County, Texas?
It is in Bexar County, yes, sir.
Okay. And so were you the first person to initially arrive to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe like upon initially arriving?
I mean, it's been a long time, but when I got there, there were people telling me that they heard shots inside the apartment. So I went in and cleared the apartment and found several victims.
Okay. And let's rewind. So who did you see at first?
There was I guess the W2 on my first report, Yolanda Luna, and W1 Roger Valdez.
And what is the W1, W2 kind of?
That indicates that they're witnesses, not complainants or.
So it's like a short
well, yeah, it's the code. Yeah.
Okay. And just to be clear too, like a complainant, what is that?
A complainant would be someone that's a victim of a crime.
And could a complainant be someone that's deceased?
Yes.
We get MySpace records. That's all we get on this one. MySpace.
So you said you entered into the apartment.
Yes, sir.
And what did you see upon going right through the door?
And the LimeWire downloads.
When I went through the door, it was just the lower level, which is a living area and a kitchen. All those apartments are the same. But as soon as I cleared that area real quick and there was nobody down there and started going up the stairs, there was large amounts of blood the further you went up the stairs.
And when you say large amounts of blood, like, can you describe
Well,
what does that exactly mean?
Just footprints and smears, basically. on the stairs. And then once you got in the room, it was a lot of blood on the floor. And I think coming out the door from what I remember.
And did you, upon entering that room with all the blood in there, did you see a deceased person?
Yeah, there was a guy, there was a small table and the guy was slumped over the table, obviously not in a good way. And there was a woman on the bed who was alive, and
there's a good slump and a bad slump. This was the
she
bad
had been
slump.
shot twice with a shotgun, so she was in a lot of pain, obviously.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, let's first,
Selena, thank you very
we'll
much.
talk about the deceased person. So what did you observe? Like, how did you know immediately upon seeing him that he was deceased?
He had a huge contact wound from a shotgun blast to the back of his head. His head was deformed, and there was just a lot of blood underneath him on the desk, running across the floor. And there's blood, and then there's a very severe injury. The blood will have a different consistency. It'll have a lot of chunks.
Oh.
And you can see that, and that's indicative of a pretty bad injury.
Okay. And then you said there was a woman on the bed that had been shot. Do you remember where?
Chuckles when he
she'd been
says
shot?
chunks.
Arm and hip, but the most obvious was the hip area or upper leg.
And how bad were those injuries?
They look pretty bad. They were, I guess she had been shot with birdshot, so they were covering a large area. They weren't like his was just a big hole, but hers was a larger area and lots of blood there too.
You mentioned birdshot. So
That would
did
mean
you
from
see
further distance.
anything on the ground later that was indicative of the type of weapon that was used?
There were shotgun shells under the bed and on the floor.
And how can you tell the difference between a shotgun shell and like another weapon shell that could be used?
Most guns will have brass, and they call it brass because it's a cylinder of brass. Shotgun shell will be a larger, it'll have a brass base, but then it has a big plastic tube on top of it. They're very different. I mean, it's obvious.
And then once you cleared that room, was the whole apartment cleared at that point?
I think there was another room. When you come up the stairs, there was a door right in front of you, and that's the room that they were in. And then I think there was another room to the side, and I cleared that too. I was the only one on scene for a while.
And so no assailants were found when you went through there?
No, when I got there, the two witnesses out front said that they had seen two guys run out of the apartment after they heard the shots and get in a car and flee. I mean, I still cleared it because but
no
there was nobody in the apartment other than the victims.
Okay. And then in your clearing, did you find a weapon at all either?
I don't remember there being a weapon, no.
Just the shells that you had.
Just the shotgun shells on the floor.
It's impressive that he showed up, cleared the place by himself at a shooting. He didn't wait for backup.
At some point, did any other officers respond to the scene?
Yes, I had cover come out. We were pretty pressed back then. It could be busy. So I know one other officer, Daryl Pleasant, came out. And then after that, it would be the evidence guys. I'm pretty sure the ME showed up at some point. And I don't think follow-up detectives came to the scene. I think we transported to them. But that I honestly don't remember that. That's just from reading the report. Yeah.
And so speaking of your report, is your job to write, when you write this report, just initially what you found, or are you supposed to do additional investigation?
We would do some investigation at the scene. For instance, the lady on the bed, I stuck with her. I remember basically I stuck with her because of the severity of the wounds. We weren't sure if she was going to make it. So if she made any kind of dying declaration, I wanted to be able to record that because that was before cameras or anything. So basically everything that came from the scene, we had to put in the report. So I remember sticking with her all the way to the ambulance till they took her. And then
could you mention with her, did you observe them trying to treat her injuries at all?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I remember this case after 20-something years. I've told this story many times. When they put her in the ambulance, she had lost so much blood, they gave her an IV. And the ambulance guys, because we all got along, were pointing out that the IV fluid was actually leaking from the wound instead of blood because she'd lost so much blood. That was something I remember out of my career.
Wow.
I don't want to say a highlight, but something that was remarkable.
How could you tell it was IV fluid when
The ambulance guy told me, we looked at she's lost so much blood that she's bleeding. The IV fluid was basically what he told me.
And then you had brought up a point earlier about before body cams. Did you retire before they had brought in body cams?
Oh no, I worked with body cams for I don't know, 10 years, 12 years.
So when did SAPD start bringing in body cams?
Oh, it was probably 8 or 9
2015.
years after this call. So I don't remember exactly, but it was
Much later after this.
much later, at least
2010.
about a decade after this.
And did they have dash cams on any of the cars back
We
then?
had dash cams before we had body cams for about 4 years. Yeah.
But did y'all have any?
At the time of this call, no, there were no cameras on the cars or anything.
Okay, and so that's why you were saying earlier about, it's just important.
Yeah, so we would do more initial investigation back then because we had to write everything down and note stuff. Especially like this night was probably a busy night since the homicide guys didn't come out. So they would kind of, we would have, when we would take the witnesses in to give statements, they would ask us, what we saw and what's going on.
And eventually, though, there's a homicide detective that takes over the investigation at some point. I mean, you're not doing it all the way through.
At night, we would have a unit called Night CID, and all they did was the initial investigation at nights and then they would hand it over later to a homicide or bag robbery or whichever follow-up unit. So the detectives that would be doing the interview at that time would be Night CID, and they would not be the detectives, I don't think, that would handle the case in the long run.
Okay. And then you said there were CSI guys that had come to the scene.
Yeah, back then they were evidence techs, but yeah.
Oh, evidence techs. Okay, sorry.
Everything changes.
What exactly do they do?
It just depends on the scene. I mean, they do anything from fingerprints to collection evidence. They vacuum for micro evidence or whatever they call it. They would do casts of. They would do just about everything you'd see on TV. Casts of footprints or tire tracks. In this case, I know they take pictures, videos. They do crime scene drawings, diagrams.
So you're talking about pictures. Did you see them coming and did they take pictures of the scene?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be a fun trial. It's almost like watching a trial 20 years ago. Looks like we have some slides for the slide projector that we're going to be showing.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. The mics are really sensitive, though. Is that better? Okay, there we go. It's almost Mark Jensen era. Oh my goodness, that was a crazy trial. Defense is flipping through the pictures, see if they're going to object about anything. There might be cumulative evidence here. Realize this is in front of a jury, so if there's like 7 or 8 pictures that all show the same thing, even if it's a little different angle, defense would want to argue that we don't want to flood the jury with information that's not going to help them. So I anticipate he's going to approach here, but nope, he's good. He says, sure, bring it on.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 2 through 57. Now take your time, and I want you to go through each one of those and see if you recognize those.
All of our mods have new profile pictures, which include includes red, but includes a blue wrench in the image. Thank you, Greeners, for making those. They look amazing. They're probably Polaroids. They might be. These might be Polaroids. Lyndon, if you know where that purse is from, that lime green, or that, I think it's lime green, where it's from, do let me know. We'd like to know the approximate value, retail value new, as well as the brand. We'd like to follow those things. Bad Mouse Finals, I'm glad you have something to take to the post office. Hopefully sales are on the up and up for you. Sage green. It's a little bit lighter than lime green, huh? It matches her rose foliage. I called it foliage for so long. Till like last year. Oh, pistachio. I would even say mint as well.
Pictures of the scene.
Do you recognize all those pictures?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent and depict the scene as you remember it from that day?
Yes, sir.
And have they been altered in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. State would move to admit State's Exhibit 2 through 57. No objection.
All right, States Exhibit 2 through 57 are admitted without objection.
That's a lot of pictures we don't get to see.
Will we publish those?
Yes.
Unless maybe you're
I
gonna.
just want to
Oh,
quickly go through these and just talk about them a little bit. You can
they've
tell
got
us
the
what we're seeing
Elmo.
in some of these.
We may not see this. Don't think Elmo's linked into Zoom. Oh, maybe. No. If we do get to see them, they're probably very graphic. Just heads up.
I'm going to start backwards with State's Exhibit number 57. You can zoom in.
You just wanted me to comment on every one of these?
No. Wait till you get asked a question.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're just going to quickly go through them just to make sure we know what we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
And so what is this a picture of?
The address above the door.
And then that's just like a further away picture.
Front door.
Leading. Yeah, what is that a picture?
Okay. The objection to leading will be sustained.
What is
You
that?
can answer the next question.
That is the front door.
To 54. What is this a picture of?
That would be the living area, and right when you come through the door.
And is that's downstairs?
That's downstairs. You can see the stairs up in the left corner.
Right here.
Yeah, and then the kitchen area to the right.
And then you just mentioned the kitchen area. It states at 53. Is that the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
To is that the stairs you had mentioned?
Yes, sir.
And do those stairs lead upstairs to where the deceased was found?
Yes, sir.
And then stage exhibit 50. What do we see there on the ground?
Blood at the base of the stairs, it looks like.
And then do we see more blood in stage exhibit 49 on the stairs?
Yes, sir.
48. Is that just a close up?
Yes, sir. The stairs.
And then 47, what does that look like in the blood?
Bare footprint.
You don't know who caused that. That could be anyone.
I do not.
And just to be clear too, were these pictures taken after you already cleared the scene and everything?
It looks like these pictures were taken after the scene was cleared and processed to some extent. So some of that's going to be blood that we tracked up and down the stairs.
And then 46, is that just more blood on the stairs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then in 45, what is this?
That is the area right outside the room in which the victims were located.
And then this kind of like thicker blood, is that what you were talking about earlier?
Yeah. That indicates that you're dealing with something other than a minor injury.
And then is this blood spatter on the wall right here?
Looks like it.
And then in 42, earlier, did you mention a bathroom that was next to the room?
I didn't, but yeah, that would have been an area that I would have cleared at some point.
And then do we see what is that down there?
It looks like there's blood on the floor, but that.
Mathis, I think she just took a break around the holidays.
And then in 41,
it's great to see you, my friend.
What is
Welcome.
this? Where is this angle kind of taking the picture from?
Sorry. That is looking out of the room that the victims are located in, so the victims would all be located to your rear if you were standing where that picture was
So
taken.
is that the hallway out here?
That is the hallway, yes, sir.
And then 39, kind of is it a step further back into that room?
Yeah, it looks like that would be almost against the back wall facing out of the room that everybody was in.
And then what do we see kind of right here in the corner of the picture?
That's the complainant.
The deceased?
Yes.
Okay.
The deceased is not the complainant.
And then
Generally, deceased
38,
don't complain.
What do we see right here?
Also the complainant.
And then
I think it just means
that
victim.
sort of wound you have on the back of the head, is that what we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, that would be a contact wound from a shotgun blast.
And then in 36, is that the deceased again?
Yes.
And then 33, the deceased again.
Yes, sir.
And then in 32, is that a different angle of the deceased?
That would be the ME has pulled him up, and that's the exit wound.
Is that the front of his head?
Yes, that's what the left side of his face. The wound is on, and that's the top of his head that we're looking at.
And then what are we looking at in safety exhibit number 30?
It looks like, I can't tell if that's a rug or the bed, but that's the floor below him under the desk he's laying on.
Is this the deceased's feet right
Yeah,
here?
that would be the deceased's feet.
And then is this the kind of blood you were talking
Yeah,
about?
that's very, very thick blood and other, yeah.
And 29 was another close-up picture of that blood. Is that the same blood?
Yes, sir, that would be what came out of the exit wound. Ran down the disc.
Man, sounds rough.
And then 28, is this still the same bedroom?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure exactly what that angle is. It looks like when you come in the door and look a little bit to the right across the bed, I think is what we're looking at.
And is this the same bed that you had talked about earlier that the woman was on?
Yes, this is the bed that the female complainant was on.
And then do we see, like, what is that stuff on the bed? I know it's red, the sheets, but do you see anything on the bed?
There was obvious huge spots of blood soaked into the mattress and bedding.
When he talks about a shotgun fires a group of pellets or projectiles, not a single bullet, generally, unless it's a slug. Birdshot is lots of little tiny pellets,
And then
smaller than BBs.
23, we see a 1 in there. What is that?
That would be an evidence marker. I'm not sure exactly what they're marking, but it looks like a shotgun shell. Yeah, sorry, it's a shotgun shell. It looks like, but that's an evidence marker. They'll put it next to all the large pieces of evidence.
Is that the shotgun shell?
Yeah, I see the shotgun shell there.
So the shotgun, when it fires, all the pellets come grouped out of the barrel very closely, and as they travel, they spread out. So if there's a wide wound, it's from a
21,
farther distance away, and if there's a
see
narrow
two,
wound, it's
then
very
another
close.
evidence marker.
Yes, sir.
And what is that marking?
I assume the shotgun shell to the right in the blanket.
A different shotgun shell from evidence marker 1.
Yes, sir.
Should just be a couple days.
So now a second shotgun shell.
I think they'll take us to Corey Richens on Monday.
And then show you first a now in 20. What do we see right here in the middle of this picture? And I have another picture too, please.
It almost looks like a slug that's hit something and deformed.
And then in 19, we have the evidence marker 3. Is that the same item?
Looks like it.
And what is a slug?
Shotgun shells come in two varieties. One that'll be filled with small ball shot, anywhere from birdshot, which is tiny, to buckshot, which is about the size of a 38 bullet. And then slugs are about an ounce of lead, basically a giant bullet that the shotgun shoots.
So it looks like you had both. Wow.
And then we see now an evidence marker number 4. You can see that. You see what that's marking?
I can see it. I don't know what that is, just from looking at it.
And then in safe possession number 16, we see an evidence marker 5.
Another I'm sorry. Another shotgun shell under the bed.
Okay, so a third shotgun shell.
Expended, yes.
And then what color were the other two? And then what color is this one?
The other two were red. This one's green.
Could that mean something?
From my experience, the red ones were birdshot, the green one was a slug.
And can you shoot those out of the same gun?
Yes.
You can mix them. You can do birdshot, slug, birdshot, slug. That's the beauty of a shotgun. There are a lot more varieties. Yeah, you can get shotgun rounds that have rock salt in them. Load them with dimes. You can put wires and fish hooks. You can put all sorts of stuff in a shotgun shell. Depends on what you want to do. Firecrackers for scaring birds away from crops. Shotguns are quite versatile. Not all those rounds are good for the barrel.
And then
but you can shoot it.
This is number 3. Some kind of like a defect to the door here. You know what might have caused that?
To me, it appears like it was shot.
Does it look like a fresh defect to the door?
Yes.
Ask the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. Officer Brogan, it's nice to see you again. It's been a minute.
Yes, sir.
It's been a minute.
First, I guess the most obvious thing that's different then from now is the quality of your report. So I commend you. Body cameras made report writing a lost art. So you agree with me on that?
For some of us.
Now, you wrote 3 reports, and I'm assuming that's because there's 3 different victims, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so your case numbers have at the end of the case number have a -1, -2, and -3, 1 for each of the 3 complainants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as you said earlier, because this was pre-body camera, you took time and you do a little more, but not you personally, but at the time y'all were doing patrol, was doing more investigating and perhaps asking a few more questions and taking better notes than they do now.
Well, that's my opinion, but yes,
Well, I agree. I agree with that. Now, the pictures we saw, I think we can also agree that it's a bloody mess.
Yes, sir.
Literally. And were you the first officer on the scene?
Yes, sir.
And when you got to the scene, I know there's multiple individuals listed in your report. Can you tell us where these individuals were? Let's start with complainant Denise Ibarra.
Denise Ibarra.
I
She was on the
believe
bed.
the lady that was shot
She
on
was
the
on the
bed.
bed
She was shot twice.
upstairs.
Was she upstairs still on the bed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you entered, was there anyone outside of the house when you first got to the location?
There was a man and a woman outside the house.
And are their names indicated in the report?
Yes, sir.
And would that be Yolanda Luna?
What Yolanda said is important.
Who would those people be? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yolanda Luna and Roger Valdez?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they outside together? If you remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember being greeted and told and immediately focusing on the house. So I think they were, and my report indicates they were, but I don't honestly remember.
I'm sorry. You think they were in your report?
Indicates that they were outside together.
So you get to this location, Yolanda and Roger are outside. Now, I know you talked to them extensively, but you don't do it at that time, correct? You do it later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you enter the house, are you still alone at that time?
Yes, sir.
And do you immediately go upstairs? I'm assuming you immediately go upstairs.
I cleared
Or
the
do you
bottom
clear
first.
the downstairs
Yes,
first?
I cleared the downstairs first. When you're operating by yourself, you don't want to leave someone behind you.
That's a good point. So some of the pictures we saw, like that bathroom you said you cleared, if you remember, was that upstairs or downstairs?
The bathroom was upstairs.
Okay. Do you remember the layout of the house somewhat?
Pretty much. They're all the same, and I spent a long time working out there.
Okay, can you walk us through them? Like when you walk in the door downstairs, what's on the downstairs level?
It'd be a living room, basically, and then a kitchen in the back, and the stairs that go up. I can't remember if this one had just the bedroom they were in, and then the bathroom and another room, or just the bathroom. I can't really remember.
As you cleared the downstairs, did the downstairs have did they have a back door? If you remember.
I don't think that one did. I don't remember. I don't think that one did, because sometimes there would be apartments on both sides of the building that would back up to each other, and I think that was how that one was. But I don't remember.
But you were able to clear the downstairs, and the purpose of that is to make sure nobody else is in the house. So if you go upstairs, somebody can't follow you up.
Right. Yes, sir.
And as you, I know it's a serious situation. There's weapons involved. You know someone's been hurt. Do you have your gun drawn?
Yes, sir.
And are you kind of doing it like we see on TV when you go into each room? And I mean, you don't say clear because you're by yourself, but
that's exactly how I was doing it.
Okay. And then at some point, once you're confident that downstairs, it's safe for you to go upstairs, and two, nobody's downstairs, do you go up the stairs?
Yes, sir.
And the blood and things that we saw on the stairs and the pictures that were taken later, was that blood present on the stairs at that time? If you remember.
There are a few things that flash back, because it was one of the things I remember is when, I don't think I noticed the blood coming up, because the stairs go up and then there's a landing and then they go up.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember turning the landing and noticing the blood then and getting on the radio and telling them I have, and then I look up, and as you look up the stairs, there's more and more. So I do remember getting on the radio and telling them that I have large amounts of blood and get over there a little faster. I do remember.
Your belief or your recollection that there was some blood present on the stairs.
Yes, sir.
Now, then you went upstairs.
Yes, sir.
And when you went upstairs, I'm assuming do you still go to the trouble to clear the upstairs first, or do you go straight to the room where the victims are located?
Well, I cleared the upstairs, but I did notice the victims, because when you come up the stairs, when you look down the hall, you can notice nobody's there, but the first room you come on is the room that the victims are in.
Now, at that time, I think you told us that the victim who had been shot in the bed, she was still there.
Yes, sir.
Did it look to you like she'd been up and down the stars, or she was still where she's still in the position?
It looked to me like she hadn't moved since she was shot, because of the way the obvious amount of pain she was in.
Now, who else? I mean, we know that the deceased was there slumped over some type of desk or something.
Yes, sir.
And it looks to me in the pictures like the desk he slumped over is quite near the bed where this woman was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there also a younger person in that room at that time?
Yes, and I vaguely remember her. I don't have a lot of memory of her.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But she was a younger child.
Yes.
Okay. And that child, did it appear to you that she'd been moving around about the apartment, or that looked to you like she was still where she had been when this happened?
Well, when I got there, she was pretty much hiding. I think there's like a closet area, and she was pretty much tucked away into there. I didn't even notice her at first.
Okay. And is that closet area, is that in the same room that the victim and the two victims you previously mentioned were in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason I asked this is if you got there, you're the first person there, the people that had been shot were still upstairs. So if there's blood on the stairs, it was most likely transferred by the person or people that did this. And as they left the scene, in other words, somebody else had come out of the bedroom and come down the stairs, and it wasn't one of the three people that had been shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we saw a footprint, but you can't tell us if that was, did they take your shoes to compare your shoe size at some point to the size of the shoe on the stairs?
I doubt it.
Okay. And then the pictures we saw, those appear to me, some of the pictures show the hands I believe you identified as a medical examiner.
Yes, sir.
They were kind of holding up the complainant so you could get a better view of his face and some of the injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
So were you present? Did you stay present throughout that entire time? If you remember.
I honestly don't remember. I remember specifically being in the ambulance with her, and I do remember working the scene, so I was probably there, but I don't remember.
Okay, now let's talk about working the scene. What does that mean?
Talking to the witnesses, taking notes on anything that I see, looking for other witnesses, making sure nobody that isn't supposed to be there gets into it.
Okay, so I'm gonna use, my partner Lindsay was nice enough to get me this so we can, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
So I'm gonna try to just hold this up here and I'll bring my easel tomorrow. I forgot it today. But let's first start with the outside the house. I'm gonna write outside. Outside the house, you contacted two individuals, correct? So the first person was who?
I assume the female, Yolanda Luna.
Yolanda, was it Yolanda or Denise?
Denise was the one that was shot inside the house
So
upstairs.
Yolanda Luna.
Yes.
And she didn't appear to be the victim of anything. She was just present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yolanda Luna. And she was there when you got there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, number two, there's another individual, I believe it was a male.
Roger Valdez.
Can you help? Does your report help spell his last name?
Valdillez.
And so just for the jury to see, I've simply written on my pad, outside the house, Yolanda Luna and Roger Valdez, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, inside the house was the deceased, and according to your report, you never got the name of the deceased. Is that correct? He's listed as John Doe. Right?
I remember knowing who he was just from working that area,
Okay.
but the detectives, since he didn't have anything on him, instructed me to list him as John Doe.
Now, and the other women, the woman and the child, their names are also in the report.
Yes, sir.
Now you talk about working. I'm going to leave this here for a minute.
Here comes the easel. Here it is.
Talk about working the scene.
The easel is here.
Let's talk about what is that back in the day. What is that? No, thank you, Lindsay. What does that mean?
Well, like I said, first clearing the house, make sure no bad guys were there. Providing what help I could to the victims after the house was cleared, and then just initial observance of evidence and any kind of initial statements or raised just I statements or dying declarations, stuff like that.
Okay,
And then securing it so that people don't get in who don't belong.
Now, the purpose of taking statements, do you mind if I judge if I continue your
Yes.
Okay. The purpose of taking these statements, and certainly a man of your experience, I think would agree with me, that when you're talking to someone in a situation like this,
The easel doesn't work. It's the wrong size of
talking to
easel.
them right away is that their memory is fresh, correct?
Yes, sir.
Their ability to recall events is most likely the clearest at that time.
Hopefully, yes, sir.
And furthermore, you need to know, like you said, and your report indicates, some of these statements made either in excited utterance, arrest, whatever you called them. The statements are important because they give you a head start and give the detectives who are coming after you a head start in what happened, right?
And also locating suspects.
Absolutely. Now,
We're
I
in
know,
Bexar County,
and we'll get
Texas,
to this.
San Antonio.
Did you, when you were with
And this is live.
the lady who had been shot, her name Denise Ibarra, the lady who had been shot up in the bed?
Yes, sir.
You said you spent a significant amount of time with her.
Well, yeah, I stayed with her until EMS transported her. So it wasn't significant because they transported pretty quick because of the severity of the wound.
Because of her medical.
Yes, I stayed with her because I wanted to make sure I got anything she said in case that was the last.
And which, are you able to tell me which one of the reports kind of deals with her and what she said? Is it?
I think it's just 01.
Oh, I know, but I mean, is it, all the reports have different narratives. And when I say narrative, since this is before body camera, you take the time to write in your 3 reports kind of what you did, and they're different, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, sir. It's
Okay,
not the same wording. Yes.
And these are all 3 your reports, and the handwriting is your handwriting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's a result of the work you did that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you talked about a suspect. Obviously, you want to find out, if you can, who did this, who can we be on the lookout for, those types of things, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you first get a name from Denise, or did you first get a name from Roger and Yolanda, if you remember?
I didn't get any names from Denise.
Okay.
The names,
Yolanda.
I think, came from the female witness,
Yolanda.
Yolanda. And you say the names. Am I correct?
There was
name.
one name,
Okay,
yes.
that's right. I'm going to put you in.
They're starting with the best
Now,
piece
the
of evidence they
name-
have for defense.
On the last page of your report is where you put suspects information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So suspects.
He's going to make him read it.
And you got this information from an eyewitness who was there that night, who said she saw this person at the scene of the crime.
Yes, sir. And in the house, I believe.
And in the house. Okay. In fact, she describes, I believe, even watching him flee the scene.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object at this point. He's talking about hearsay. He's trying to eventually elicit hearsay. So we would object to any hearsay statements about any names anyone gave him or anything like that.
All right, the objection will be sustained.
Would you say at the time she was excited and upset about what she had witnessed?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe her
overruled.
physical attributes as you saw them the time
Excited to
when you were
utterance.
talking to her?
Well, I didn't.
Was she shaking?
She was
crying?
upset.
Was she
No,
scared?
she was scared because she
was
didn't know what
upset
had
and
happened.
scared.
So
I got you. Just
you all
One
gonna
at a
need
time.
to speak one at a time so the court reporter can take everything down.
so upset and scared. And in that upset, scared state, did she tell you that she had seen one of the suspects who had fled the scene?
She didn't name him till after we had done quite a bit of work securing the scene and whatnot.
Okay. But still, while you were still there on site when you talked to her and got this information.
Yes, sir.
And she was able to name one suspect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the name of that one
There's
suspect?
We
objection.
would object again to hearsay.
Excited
All right.
utterance.
Your response to the state's hearsay objection?
It's an excited utterance. She was crying and scared the time she made these statements.
All right, he's saying it's an excited utterance.
I don't believe the predicate has been laid. The witness just first of all, this witness, he testified wasn't present at the time of the shooting. Second, he testified that the name was not provided until hours until they had processed the scene.
All right, so defense, if you'll lay the foundation.
When you got the information, you listed a suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is the name Jose Mejia on that suspect list?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
he got around it. He got around it.
when you got the information from her about who it was,
Jose is the
was she
defendant.
still upset, or had she was over it and it was no big deal anymore?
She had calmed some, but
Some. Would you say she was still in a upset, scared state?
I can't remember.
And the name she gave you said was not Jose Mejia.
No, sir.
And it's in your report, correct? You
Yep.
need to,
The
did she, what
state's
name
about
did
to
she
stand.
give you?
Judge, we would object again to hearsay.
All
Why
right.
are you scared of who was
The
that?
objection will be sustained.
Why are
We
you?
would also object to the sidebar comment.
Yep.
Sustained.
Why are you
Well,
scared?
they don't want you to tell us who the suspect is, so I guess.
Objection.
Judge, we would object again.
All right, that will be
Sustained.
sustained.
This is getting
Not
fiery.
Jose Mejia. Was the suspect, is a name in your report
Here.
Andrew Rodriguez? Is
No.
that name found anywhere in your report?
It's not on the suspect page.
Okay. Is the name Abel Barraza found in your report?
Judge, we would object. He's just trying to
Relevance.
get around, keeps trying to get at this hearsay. I mean,
Sustained.
I'm just having a rolling objection.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Have you heard? Did that investigation lead you to believe that a suspect had been identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that name was given to you from Yolanda Luna, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that name was not Jose Mejia. Did you
We're
now?
gonna object, we're gonna object again. He's like,
All right, that will
Asked
be,
and answered.
the objection will be sustained.
Now, one of the things that you need to learn to look for also is clothing, right? So so what clothing someone was wearing so you can look for that individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you given clothing descriptions to broadcast perhaps or be on the lookout for?
Yes, sir.
Now, the suspects you have, without telling us who they are, because they don't want you to say,
Oh,
Judge, I'm
objection.
gonna object again to the sidebar
it's
comment.
not
And-
I'm
Sustained.
referring to this report. There is a name for suspect one and for suspect two, not a name, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's clothing identifiers for both suspects, correct?
Yes, sir.
So suspect one, a named person. Suspect two, an unnamed person. Did you broadcast over the airwaves the description of the clothing or the names of these individuals?
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of doing that?
To have officers that are available be on the lookout so that if they come across them, they can detain them.
And these clothing descriptions, who did you get those clothing descriptions from? If you remember,
The witness.
the same Yolanda Luna.
Yes, sir.
And the state says this was hours after she saw this. How long? You said that you got to the scene, you cleared the scene. How quickly did EMS get there?
Fairly quickly.
Fairly, so less than 5 minutes? Maybe 10?
Maybe 10.
Okay. You stay with Denise while she's loaded into the ambulance, but that you said, as I recall it, that happened rather quickly. How long do you think it took for them to went upstairs and realize she needed to be transported immediately and then begin that process?
The process of
Transporting her.
25 minutes, maybe. They do stabilize in the ambulance.
And then you take her, and then once she leaves in the ambulance, then you talk to the witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Yolanda Luna and Roger Valdez. Those names they're okay with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so it's not hours, right? It's 30 minutes, maybe 35 minutes.
It would be between 30 minutes and 45 minutes.
So when the state told the jury that your testimony is you waited hours before you talked to these people, that's incorrect, isn't it? It wasn't hours.
It wasn't hours.
I'm just going to object because that's a misstatement of what I said. I said that you said time had elapsed.
All right, let me have parties approach.
I can roll tape. You said hours. You said hours. The judge is also going to say, dial it back. Y'all behave. You're in my courtroom now. This is my house. It's going to be spicy. Defense is taking this personal. Here's the thing. This is their best evidence. Their best defense is coming out at the very front of the trial, and then everything else is just going to be what happened inside. There's one witness, Yolanda, at the scene who said the person who did it was that guy, not the defendant, some other dude. And that's obviously the thing that the defense is going to harp on the most. But then, there's the whole, were they in conspiracy together? The driver is just as guilty as the gunman. Yeah. And this is an old case. So with this witness saying, I don't remember, I 100% agree. I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, let alone the details of a case I investigated in a 22-year career in law enforcement, on a Wednesday, way back when. It's, a long time ago. The state doesn't want you to name them. That was gross and improper. It's been objected to and sustained both times.
You got to the scene and you spoke to these witnesses, and you said she was still. Let's talk. Did you talk to them separately or together?
They would have been separated.
And what's the purpose of that?
So that they don't compare notes before we talk to them.
Okay. And so at that time, then it's safe to assume there's more than one officer at the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you speak to both of them separately, or did you speak to one and somebody else speak to the other? If you remember.
I would have talked to both of them at some point, but separately.
And that's because you were the RO, the reporting officer.
Yes, sir.
You had the report writing duty.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you remember who you spoke to first?
No, sir.
Do you remember where you spoke to them?
It would have been outside the apartment.
At any time, did you or anyone else with the San Antonio Police Department allow anyone other than the medical individuals and other officers back inside the house?
Not that I remember that, and that would not have been something we would have done.
Okay. So did you get without telling us the name, did you get the same name from both individuals?
I can't remember.
Okay. But it's in your report.
I can
Help you refresh that memory.
Give me a second.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Did you have all three, or do you need me to get you the other?
I've got all three.
Okay.
Hush.
I'm being quiet. I'm being quiet. I'm trying to send a file to my laptop. Just one second. While they're busy talking and refreshing recollection, this is a great picture that the mods made of the crew. We're all here. We're all here. Thomas is golfing, but everyone else is here. So no, we're missing a couple. Anyway, great work. Greener's made that. He's reading his report. They're handwritten reports from 20 some odd years ago. So.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The question.
The name you got, did you get it from? I guess. Well, first, do you know who you interviewed first?
It looks like the information all came from Yolanda, or from W1, which is, or W2 Yolanda.
Okay. So the information all came from Yolanda. Now, you said earlier that information was, she told you she saw somebody running from the house right after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you said also, you indicated that she had heard this. She wasn't present for the shooting, but she heard it.
Yes, sir. And apparently she entered the house.
Okay. So she was present at the time of the shooting. She was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to my chart, and that's Yolanda. Thank you, sir.
I wonder if Yolanda's
That
going to be
house-
available for this trial.
When shooting occurred, correct? That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
But do I understand your testimony as it's your belief she entered the house after she heard the shooting outside, then went inside to see what had happened?
That is what my third report indicates, yes.
And that's consistent with your telling the jury earlier. She said right after the shooting, she saw two people run out of the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we talked about having to give clothing descriptions, right? And the purpose of that is to try to locate people as fast as possible.
Yes, sir.
For example, if you say, I'm looking for a guy in a baseball cap, a white t-shirt, and black jeans, be on the lookout. And the patrols who are working the area see somebody a block away, they'll know, hey, we should stop, we should talk to that guy. Because his outfit description matches the description given by the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what the descriptions were of the outfits?
No objection here.
Let's start with the person whose name we can't say right now, but let's start with that person first, SP1.
It's listed as a baseball cap, a white t-shirt, and black pants.
White t-shirt, black pants,
I'll
right?
put it up again for you.
And a baseball cap.
Here you go. Get your screenshot. 5.
And are there,
4,
and now
3,
you were given a specific name for that individual, right?
Yes, sir.
And your report indicates a street name and some other identifiers. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the second person, did you get any identifiers for that person other than the outfit or the clothing that person was allegedly wearing?
Yes, sir.
What was that? Did you get a name?
No name.
Okay, so we don't know who it is. But were you able to get some type of clothing description to assist perhaps the individuals canvassing the neighborhood, if you will?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about that. What was the clothing description of the unnamed second person?
Black jersey, blue jeans.
Black jersey. And when you say jersey, like a
sports jersey.
Okay. Black jersey, blue jeans. Okay, so I've written down baseball cap, white shirt, black pants with the named individual. The unnamed individual, I put a question mark, black jersey, blue jeans. Is that all correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's go back to when you spoke to Yolanda. We talked briefly about her mental state. Did she seem to have trouble giving you this name?
I honestly can't remember if she gave me the name or the name was communicated to me from the detectives when she went to give her statement. Because the detectives will communicate information after they come and give a statement for me to put in the report, because this is the only report that's written. It was a little bit different than nowadays.
But when your report says I saw SP running away from the apartment, and your report has SP, is it safe to assume that she told you a name, and that name, Matt, if you didn't get that name at that point, that's the person she saw running from the apartment, whoever that SP1 is, right?
Well, when I initially arrived, she would have told me two guys with shotguns ran out. But I did not
tell you that.
Yes.
She told you two guys.
Well, she told me two people ran out. I don't remember about the shotgun, but
Okay.
she did tell me two people ran out and
Right.
got into a car.
And did you ask her, did you know who they are?
And at that point, no, because I'm concerned with going in, clearing the house, and helping victims.
30 minutes later, when you came back and you were able to talk to her separated from Roger, did you ask her, let's talk about these two people?
I can't remember what I talked about. And I'm going to tell you, I can't remember if I gathered the information from her or it was given to me by night CID after she went to give her statement.
Okay. But without the jury seeing the name I've written on this pad, is that consistent with the name you got?
Yes, sir.
Okay. not Jose Mejia. Correct.
We're gonna object. That's just a roundabout way of getting into your states.
All right.
That's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Oh, I'll withdraw. You've already answered that. It wasn't Jose Mejia. So, now, you said you weren't sure if you were still there when the EMS came, correct?
No, I know I was there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. When the medical examiner came,
I can't remember.
and the medical examiner comes when there's a fatality,
Yes, sir.
and it's kind of a misnomer. The medical examiner himself, I guess at the time it was Vincent, wasn't it? I guess it was Vince, Dr. DeMaio.
Clifford
Was Clifford then? Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that came to the scene.
Okay. And did they also bring investigators? A medical examiner has investigators. Is that correct? Do you remember?
He would have been the investigator, the guy that made the scene. I've never seen the ME make a scene. The
Right.
actual-
So when you say, when we talk about the medical examiner coming to the scene, we mean an individual from that office.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily the medical examiner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say the name Clifford. Is that your recollection?
I think it's Clifton.
Cliff Dunn.
Yes.
Okay. But that's your recollection of the investigator that came that day, that night.
From the ME, yes, sir.
Now, were you present when any of the evidence was retained or recovered, if you will?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you assist in any way with in any of the evidence collection?
No, sir.
And that's not unusual, correct?
No.
Okay. Your job is to talk to the people, get what they tell you, write in your report, and then unfortunately go to the next call.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke to Denise and you got these descriptions, was she still outside the house?
The only thing Denise told me is that they were looking for drugs before EMS took her. Looking for drugs in the house before EMS took her. She was the one that was shot.
Right.
Right.
Now, what about Yolanda? Was Yolanda outside of the house when she was separated from Roger? I think you said outside of the home, correct?
I can't remember if they were together. Yes, she was outside.
Okay. And that's where you spoke to her and got the information that's in your report, to the best of your recollection.
The only thing she told me when I arrived was that there was a shooting and that they were inside the house.
Right. But you had further contact with her after the fact.
I honestly, like I said, sir, can't remember if I talked to her and got the information or if it was communicated to me by night CID.
Well, if your report has, let's look at your report. And you have in your report, it says, I talked to a witness who said that blank, right? And in your report, you have that report, and I think this is the report that ends in -1.
Okay.
In your narrative.
Yes, sir.
Read that second page and see if that seems to convince you. It reads like you talked to them and they told you this information.
Can I read what it says or?
Not out loud, to yourself.
The way I read the report, she was taken to night CID to give a statement and that she gave the SB's name and described the vehicle. To me, that indicates that that information was given to me by night CID for the report. Or that I was up there when she was given the statement that I went up there to follow
So
up.
the sentence that begins, I talked to W2.
Hold on.
Can I approach just to make sure we're looking at the same report?
Yeah.
This is cross, so he can lead a little bit, but he still should get the evidence from the witness, not from
We're
himself.
looking at a different report.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of this one?
I'm pretty sure that's the same one because that's the only one. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm referring to this sentence here that begins with I talked to.
Right.
W2 is Yolanda.
Yes.
And the way this reads, you spoke to her and she told you something, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is not something you got this, if your report is accurate, which I believe that it is.
She probably gave me the name then.
Okay, so she gave it to you then. Because that's what's indicated in your report, correct?
Yes.
And also at that time, you got the clothing identifiers we've discussed a minute ago.
That would have been almost immediate, yes. After
Now-
coming out of the house.
But it's your testimony. You say this would have been, you think when you talked to her and had that conversation, we know that it was after Denise had been transported.
Yes, sir.
Because Denise was priority number one,
Yes, sir.
if you will. Okay. However, at that time, you don't have an independent recollection of where you talked to her or what state of mind she was in.
No.
Okay.
I remember mostly arriving, going through the scene, taking the lady to EMS, talking to EMS because those were remarkable. I do not remember a lot of what was done afterwards other than securing the scene, and I just don't.
And that kind of dovetails to where we started. That's why it's important in a case of this age, if you will, that you wrote a thorough report, and your report lets you tell us now that you did get that information directly from her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then without telling us what's on the pad, the name I wrote on the pad is the name you got, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow. Without telling us what's on the pad, the name I wrote on the pad is the name you got. This is the workaround. Oh my goodness. Couldn't get the hearsay indirectly, and he got it indirectly. God, these prank calls just won't stop.
And you said that even though your report doesn't indicate it, it's your belief that Yolanda went into the house at some point.
Actually, my report doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Can you tell me where that is?
The last report, I think. Let me look.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Drama Llama Mama. I tried to trim my goatee, and I used the beard trimmer incorrectly, and scalped my chin, and had to cut the whole thing off. It's pretty much the same story every time.
Is that the one we were looking at together, or is that a different one? But it's okay. Your report indicates
The second report, 02.
Are you able to tell us who actually called the police that night?
I don't know.
Did you have anything to do with any investigation of, we talked earlier about canvassing the neighborhood and those types of things. Did you assist in any of that, either that night or at a later date?
No, sir.
Okay. Once we know that you stayed until, were both complainants of the two that were still alive, were they both transported via EMS away from the location, if you remember?
I don't remember a lot about the kid.
Okay.
And I think I misspoke earlier. I think the kid had been taken outside by the witness before I arrived.
Okay. So when you got there, perhaps the child was not upstairs hiding in the closet. The child was already downstairs.
That might have been what Yolanda told me, but yeah, I don't recall. I honestly don't remember the child very, very much.
So did you observe injuries on the child?
I documented them, but I don't remember.
And based on your 27 years of being a patrol officer and working the streets, did her injuries appear that she needed immediate transportation to the hospital, based on what you observed?
No, sir. I think she had only caught like a couple of pellets in the arm.
When you left the location that night, where'd you go next?
I have no clue, sir.
Okay, you went to another call.
Well, let's see.
Or was it the end of your shift?
That would have been this happened at 2, so it would have lasted the rest of the shift, everything we had to do with something like this.
Okay, when you say this happened at 2, we're talking about 2
a.m.
p.m. or 2 a.m.?
a.m.
a.m., okay. You gave us, you said you have a name of one person who everybody knew, and then a second unknown person. You gave us clothing descriptions. Did you get a description? You said something about the Yolanda told you they got into a car and left. Did you get a description of the car?
I do remember that there was a description of the car. Let me see. Yes, sir.
You did find that, and that's in one of your reports?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what description you got of an automobile?
Partial plate indicates it's an older model Cutlass.
Okay.
Gray.
Gray?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I'm going to show you a photograph. Ma'am, approach the court reporter.
Yes.
And if I may ask. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what I marked as defense one. I'm not asking if you recognize this, but are you able to look at this picture and see clearly the license plate that's on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your report, may I look at this with you? You say there's a partial license plate number. And what was the partial license plate number that you got that night?
375.
375. And once again, that's something you got from one of the witnesses who saw it and was able to give you that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll go to a new page.
This is a murder
That's
charge,
right.
single murder charge,
Suspect vehicle.
24 years ago.
Once again, without telling us the name, because I can't ask you that. Were you able to ascertain if that suspect vehicle was related to suspect one or the unnamed suspect two? If you know.
The driver's listed as suspect one.
Okay, so SP1, the person whose name we can't say that had on a baseball cap, white t-shirt, black jeans, and tell me again the partial, let me write this in big letters so I don't forget. Partial LP for license plate, right?
Yes, sir.
And what was that? What were those numbers again?
375.
375. And now the picture I showed you, what I marked earlier as offense exhibit 1, would that license plate number be consistent in any way, shape, or form with a partial license plate of 375?
It shares one number, but
not 375,
not,
correct?
No.
Okay. And it's blue and not gray, correct?
At night, colors are notoriously hard to.
But that's the purpose of having a driver license plate. You can see it. All right. And that was the suspect's vehicle, suspect one. According to what you were told, that person got.
He was listed as the driver.
Not necessarily his car, but suspect one, the name we can't say, got into the car. Was the driver of that car.
According to the witness, yes, sir.
Okay. And those witnesses, they were telling you what they observed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have for now, Judge.
State.
So just briefly, when you left the scene that night, was your job finished there?
Other than this, yes, sir.
Like you're not who's supposed to be doing all the follow up?
The follow-up would all be the homicide unit in this case.
Which are detectives.
Who are detectives, yes.
So they're the ones who continue on the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Are they the ones who put together all the pieces of everything that you and all the other officers discovered?
Yes, sir.
because you just had a partial role. You didn't do everything there.
I
right?
just did the initial response, tried to make sure nobody else was hurt, and get everybody to the scene that does the follow-up. Yes, sir.
And you didn't collect the evidence.
No, sir.
You didn't do any follow-up. Is it routine to go talk to witnesses later after the fact?
That would all be detectives. No, we did the initial report, as he said, and then we move on to the next.
And then the detectives do the follow-up.
They do all the follow-up. We don't even when we're talking to the witnesses, we try to keep it to the point of, getting initial information, names, so we can try to catch the bad guys that night. But we don't even get full statements from them.
Then that's handed off to the detectives.
Yes, sir. That's what they do.
Nothing further.
Defense?
Nothing at this time.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's by the state, Your Honor.
Unfortunately,
Excuse.
because I will have to have him subject to recall.
All right, you're subject to recall, so just make sure you're available if either party wishes to recall you. You can step down, but if you'll leave the civil microphone behind, please. And if you'll give all exhibits to the court reporter.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just got the new decorum order for the Corey Richens case that starts on Monday. I'm just reviewing that to see if there's any implications for our live stream. Apparently looks like everything's a go. Utah Courts PIO has been amazing to work with, by the way.
All right, state, you may call your next witness.
Judge, the state calls Dr. Fitzgerald. May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Well, the approach. Yeah, we're good to stream. I'm just trying to see if there's any sort of delay I have to implement. Let's see. This is stuff about the court, about how it's going to set up. Let's see, the front row of the gallery. The first row of the gallery is reserved for up to 10 media representatives. The second row of the gallery is limited to 12 spots. On odd-numbered days, the second row of the gallery shall be reserved for Eric Richens' family and friends. On even-numbered days, the second row of the gallery will be reserved for Corey Richens' family and friends. So the row 2 is going to change back and forth depending on the day and the whether it's odd or even. The fifth row of the gallery is seated limited to 12 spots. On odd-numbered days, the second row of the gallery shall be reserved for Corey Richens' family. I think they're talking about the fifth. On even numbers, it shall be reserved for Eric Richens, so they're going to be back to back. Let's see. Third and fourth rows of the gallery is limited to 12 spots in each row. These are reserved for members of the public and media representatives who have received a wristband. Wristbands will be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis each day at 8 a.m. Selena, this is for you. 8 a.m. Spectators interested in receiving a wristband must line up outside the main entrance of the courthouse prior to 8 a.m. This is going to be standing room only. You need a wristband to get in. All seating on the viewers. Oh, this is already just watched something funny. On the viewers' right side of the gallery is reserved for court TV and court personnel. Court TV is our pool media for this one. Let's see. Conduct of spectators. You have to follow the bailiff's instructions at all times. No shoulder bags, backpacks, or similar items in the courthouse. Media has some exceptions to that, obviously, with some of the equipment they're allowed to bring in. You need to be civil and orderly at all times. Spectators should not engage in any provocative, disruptive, distracting, or uncivil behavior of any kind. It's got some information in here that I can't give out. It's just media specific. Because this is more than just the order. No audible comments at any time. Spectators shall not display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case. Spectators shall not be permitted to pass the bar. You can't become a lawyer. No, just kidding. You can't go up to the well of the courtroom. That's what that means. It's an 8-page order. If a spectator exits the courtroom while the court's in session, that person will need to remain outside until the court makes a recess. So no in and out. You have to stay in the courtroom until the bailiff gives permission to leave at the end of the day. All electronic devices have to be on silent mode. No one shall use a portable electronic device to record court proceedings, photograph court proceedings, or transmit images or sound of court proceedings during court proceedings. There's some specific approved media exceptions to that. The media has to, they have rules about how low you have to hold your device, like where it has to be out height-wise in the court if you're holding a phone as a member of approved media. Spectators can't bring a phone out at all. It says to stay in their pocket. The parking is terrible. Gesundheit. Okay. Okay, sorry, I'm still reading. I'm on instruction number 42. Oh my goodness. Whew. This is probably one of the most thorough decorum orders I've ever seen, for sure. Penalties for violations. It lists penalties in here. Contempt is one. Well, judge is not messing around. All right, everything is a go for the live stream for Corey Richens. That's good. We have a break that's still going on. I don't know how long this break was supposed to be. It's a lot. Laura, I remember the instructions from previous hearings where I attended in person in Corey Richens in Utah. They had a lot then too. So this judge is just a very thorough judge, but we love him. He's amazing. Judge Kresnik is just, he has an incredible voice, just like butter. If my name was Judge McCool Voice, I would also write very thorough orders. Yes, Mathis. When is parking ever good at the courthouse? The parking in front of the courthouse is reserved for family and witnesses. The parking behind the courthouse is reserved for live TV truck hits. And everyone else just has to fend for yourselves. And it's not a good area for parking. It's like little tiny roads, undeveloped. a couple small businesses in the area. They're just going to be parking out on the street and walking. Has anyone made the basement of the Alamo joke yet? No. Selena K, all right, if I'm there by 5, will that be early enough? Oh my goodness, Selena, I wish I could tell you. I would say yes on day 1. I doubt, well, I don't know. Selena, you've got to make that call yourself. I wish I could tell you. Usually on other court cases where we've had people line up to get in, 5 o'clock for 8 o'clock start would be plenty of time. And then occasionally, like on some of the Karen Reed stuff, and some days people get there super early. I think we saw that in, what was Murdaugh? Like that as well? I don't remember. Selena, that's so early. That is so early. They don't give out wristbands until 8 a.m. The day bells were overnight. Oh my goodness. Are we done for the day, Judge? Are we looking at a frozen screen? Can someone remind me what she said? This cold is kicking my butt. I think I'm going to have to get some meds for it. Trying really hard not to sniff into the microphone, especially this super sensitive one, which is beautiful. I love it. Look at that. You can see my face when I'm talking. All my facial expressions. 5:05. Legal LeBlanc says, Selena, if it were me, I'd be there at 3 a.m. and watch for my car, bring a portable charger, lawn chair, and snacks. You only have to be there until they give out the wristbands and then wait till the doors open. Once you have a wristband, you can put all your stuff away, I guess. Didn't they have line sitters at both Delphi and Daybell? I believe they did. Professional line sitters that got paid good money to wait and hold your position for you. Got in a fight with the Razor. The Razor won. Laura, I'll admit defeat. Let's call the day over. I think we will. I'm gonna keep rolling tape and still in case they come back. We know that Judge has a docket usually every morning, so sounds good. Sounds good. You can't hide your nap behind the microphone, nor can I hide my yawns. Occasionally, I'll yawn and just like move. You guys probably caught me every time. But if I was going to yawn, I would just, bring the microphone down so it's right here and be like, you couldn't tell I was yawning, right? He couldn't tell. Selena, just make sure keep your phone in your pocket in court. And if you're going to call in with any observations, I have to look at. Also, they're going to have you read through the decorum order as well. Every spectator, everyone who goes to court has to agree to the decorum order. Just make sure there's nothing in there. I just skimmed it because it's big. It's 8 pages long. Make sure there's nothing in there about not disclosing clothing or look, age or anything else. Sometimes they don't let you say anything about the jury. So. Selena, shoot me a text. Let me send this to you.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Let's see. Copy. Shoot me a text. Just remind me your number on the burner phone, and I'll. Oh, there it is. I've already got you. Oh, that did not work, Selena. Oh my goodness. That was terrible. Text me your email really quickly, Selena, and I'll email it to you. All right, we're talking about Corey Richens. It starts on Monday. My number is programmed in as only if you dare on the burner. Warning. It says across the top. Warning. Timeline and circumstantial evidence in Richens is going to be very important. It will. I am Super T. That is amazing. That is wonderful. That is worthy of a celebration. Which how's that? Okay.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Okay, Selena. It's
I got a stubby little pencil.
okay. I sent it to you. Anyone else who's going to be there in court, let me know if you need this sent out.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
See if I can send it to.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It just doesn't like copy and pasting. Okay, Amber, I sent it to you as well.
I think I'm about to catch a
All right, I think we're ready. Corey Richens starts on Monday. I'm going to keep the tape rolling. I'm not sure if they're going to come back or not. If they do, we'll have it first thing in the morning. Let's call it a day. Is that fair? Love these long afternoons. We're going to have a lot of them with Corey Richens. They start at 8:30 in the morning Mountain Time, which is 10:30 Eastern Time. So we're going to have a lot of time together in the evening. I'm going to try to get some rest and try to rest up from this little cold. That's all it is. But I'm a baby, so. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning with more of the Texas v. Jose Mejia case. Mejia. Okay, sorry, it's an H sound. Mejia. Hope it's just a 24-hour thing. It lasted a few days. I hope to be better by Monday. That's my goal. Fingers crossed. Tomorrow's a podcast, though. Look forward to that. Cool beans. All right, we did the outro. My cold's on day 12. Don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, man. I'm going to find some meds that will just make it so I can at least function. I like this mic, but I'm probably not going to keep it. So you guys have a good... I'm not keeping it on my desk anyway. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.